All right, folks. This time you get to say it. You get to say Vosh early. You get to say that. I'm giving you permission. What's up? Hey, everyone. Uh, yeah. Don't worry. We got a lot to talk about, but we have a debate first. I'm starting early. I'm going live early because the Zoom call starts at 5. So, usually I go early during debates because they're scheduled on the hour that I start. What's up, everyone? Are you at least bringing voting reform when you invade Canada? Yeah, it'll be reform, but it'll be bad. I'm going to make things worse. There's a massive delay between stream and chat. Not for most people. You can tell because they're reacting to me in a timely fashion. Trump federally indicted. Yeah, I know. We'll talk about it after the debate. I want it to be like a proper, we'll talk about it proper, okay? We're just going to have to wait a bit. I have no idea what the tone of the debate will be, so we're kind of in this together. How's everyone doing? I've been feeling weirdly anxious today. I don't know why. It just a chemicals thing. I don't know. So I got a lot of work done around the house because anxiety tends to make me really productive, which is, I guess it could be worse, right? Oh, also, I had the wildest experience the other day. Okay. This is going to be a bit. Okay, for some of you this is going to sound wild, and for some of you it's not. Okay, and it really depends on your background. But Vermin was doing taxidermy the other day, and by doing taxidermy, I mean Vermin was skinning an animal. I forget which one. Some kind of four-legged animal. I don't know. There's lots of animals. Now, obviously, in some backgrounds, you skin animals all the time. Like, that's not new or special. It's not something I've seen before. I didn't like it. But if you can imagine, like, the logic of skinning an animal, what do you do when you get to, like, the paws of, like, a little animal, right? Well, what a lot of people do, it turns out, is they cut off the hands so that the hands with, like, the bone and stuff just stay attached to the pelt they're cutting off. Because otherwise you have to do, like, a bunch of wild shit to cut around it. So Vermin asked me to get my power saw and cut through the bone and meat of the leg. And again, this is definitely like a thing that maybe some people are super familiar with, but I personally have never like used a power saw to cut through. This is kind of standard butchery. No, I know that. I'm aware. I'm fully aware of that. Though I think like the fact that it would be like a power saw is weirder than if like cutting up like a chicken with a knife or something. But yeah, anyway, that was pretty weird. Like getting bone flying everywhere because it's not like a taxidermy saw. it's it's a power saw, so it's yeah, you know. It was a bit bigger than that, Vrin. My sister does taxidermy. That shit's expensive to do. Yeah. Oh, by the way, to be clear, we obviously don't hunt. I don't even leave the house. It's like if an animal dies on a shelter, or like if there's a farm where a young animal passes away early or whatever. Sometimes farmers will like sell the animal, like freeze them and sell the animal to taxidermists. It's like a no cruelty business, right? Like a fuck ton of animals die all the time, and a tiny percentage of them get used for taxidermy. You don't have to go out killing new animals for taxidermy. That's like big game hunting shit. That's not what we're talking about. Um, any specific topic for the debate? No, I have no idea what I'm going into. As always, because I take so long to email and respond to emails, I don't ask specifics. I'm just like, yeah, that sounds fun. And then a month later, it's the day of the debate. I don't know if this is even like, hold on. I don't know if this has even been established as a debate. Hello, I'm the outreach director for the Mike to Maat campaign. He's running for the Libertarian Party National Convention. Has requested the opportunity to be on your live stream. That was the bloop from Zoom, because it's in 5 minutes. I don't know if this has even been framed as a debate. Wait, does he think that he's coming on to, like, a friendly, like... Wait, shit, I should have specified. Oh, wait, in the follow-up I did say, I imagine he and I would disagree on quite a lot if he came on. Okay. I have a stat... Okay. You're a libertarian too, Vosh? Yeah, well, I mean, I am a libertarian. Let's not go with this too stuff, you know? I think that libertarianism is fundamentally leftist. But he's got a degree in Austrian economics, right? So, like, he's gonna defend his positions. How familiar are you with his positions? Are you? I'm familiar with Austrian economics, to the extent that it exists, which is that it doesn't. I'm familiar with the mythology of Austrian economics. It's like a degree in theology. Yeah. How are we doing? Sounds like a fancy liberal arts degree. Now, Austrian economics is like Ayn Rand shit. It's like objectivism. It's Rapture from BioShock, okay? That's what it is. Have you been following the situation with Reddit at all? No, I have not. Incorrectivism, yes, correct. I feel a little lightheaded after that taxidermy description. Hey, I was the one getting shards of bone fucking flying onto me. Yeah. Austrian School of Economics. Yeah, we've talked about this before. We've been here before. The Mises Institute? Yeah. What Mises was the guy who said that you should be able to sell your children, right? Or was that a different guy? It was Mises, wasn't it? Or was that Mises? Oh, that was Michael Stevens? Wasn't that another guy too? Mises. Jesus? Ah, yes. Praxeology. Ludwig von Mises organized his version of the subjectivist approach, which he called praxeology, in a book published in English as Human Action in 1949. In it, he stated praxeology could be used to deduce a priori theoretical economic truths, and that deductive economic thought experiments could yield conclusions which follow irrefutably from underlying assumptions. He wrote that conclusions could not be inferred from empirical observation or statistical analysis, and argued against the use of probabilities in economic models. He literally developed gas leak economics. He is literally, the argument he's making here is that praxeology is basically like, this will work because it's a necessary consequence of my beliefs, and ignore empirical evidence that disagrees with it. He's like literally anti-evidence. Gaslight economics. Hayek did not take Mises' strong a priori approach to economics. Tragic. Murray Rothbard was the free baby market guy. That's right. Rothbard, thank you. I knew it was one of the big guys. We will make our economic model work through sheer force of will. I'm assuming, since I've never heard of this in my studies, that nobody takes this shit seriously. No, Austrian economics is not really a part of most people's economics education because it's considered pretty out there shit. You kind of have to go looking for it to learn about it. Though I think some of the earlier stuff, like the first wave of Austrian economics, had some theories that got integrated, but it wasn't the most crazy stuff. It was like it's grown out into like a fringe. See, contributions to economic thought, opportunity cost, right? Like we've all heard that term. Capital and interest, inflation. You know, there's like earlier stuff you can pull in on. When are you debating this guy? In 0 minutes. In 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Virtual camera. Start call. There we go. And when they show up, they show up. Debates are so boring because Vosh always wins. That's not true. Yeah, I don't know what the tone of the debate will be, so I guess we'll just have to see. Of course, the last time I debated a Libertarian presidential candidate, it led to the Coconut Island analogy getting talked about a bunch. So we have to think now about what like obscure, stupid analysis will, you know, which argument will make its way. Hit him with the coconut? Yeah, we'll see. Did you see the Persona 3 remake trailer dropped early? No, but I've never cared about the Persona series, so it doesn't really matter to me. I've seen Joseph Anderson play through 4 and 5, and it's like, it's fine. It's just not my thing. Because it seems like the whole point of Persona is like wish fulfillment, where you, without saying anything, suddenly become like the super magical, like, magical guy with all the center of attention, with all the girls and all the guys are so cool. You're so cool, and they're all paying attention to you, and it doesn't really resonate with me. Maybe if I was younger, maybe it would be more my thing then. Did you start Diablo 4? No, I've been playing the System Shock remake. Has anyone been playing the System Shock remake? I'm really enjoying it. It's pretty faithful. Some of the design choices in it are like so old. It's kind of charming to see it. Yeah, made modern. It's so weird seeing myself mirrored in the zoom window. Makes me think I should reshape my beard, but I wouldn't know how. Yeah, we got a lot to talk about after the debate. No, I haven't. Is it still just as creepy? Remember, this is System Shock 1, not System Shock 2. It's creepier than System Shock 1 because the original System Shock 1 had, like, the music of a radical 1990s educational game about math and cyberspace, and had the color palette of, like, a speak and spell. and the, you know, the same sound effects, too. So, you know, it is creepier than that, for sure. Does the music hold up? Well, it's a whole new soundtrack. It's not the same music. I think the music from both System Shock ones sound great. Could you go blonde? I'm kind of a dirty blonde. You know? No? Well, I mean, look at my beard around my mouth. Like, that's unquestionably blonde. So it's kind of like a spectrum. That's gray? No, that's not gray. Jesus. The Kalinsky cut. I think that Kalinsky and Sanderhall both look good with the blonde hair. I've always felt like if you're like a dude and you've got short hair and you dye it like platinum blonde while having like darker facial hair or whatever else, it actually looks pretty good. I think it looks pretty good personally. I see a tiny bit of gray though. No, this isn't gray. I have some gray hairs up here, but like I've always had really light blonde hairs in my beard and mustache. Yeah, okay, fine. Here you go. That not work? There we go. Get blue hair like Destiny? No. Man, I know he chose like Destiny Blue TM, but he chose like the least cool blue color, in my opinion. I hate like the least cool blue color is like standard full saturation, full brightness blue, like top right on the color square, you know what I mean? I like electric blue. I like deeper like cobalt blue. There's like a lot of blues that I like, but I just don't like that blue. But he does, so, you know, I mean, that's his preference, I guess. Have you ever dyed your hair? No. He should be joining shortly. Yep. I like purple and cyanish colors that are a bit blue. I like teal. Oh, here we go. Joining. Mm-hmm. Hello?
Hello, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Good. It's good to be with you. Thanks for letting me join you tonight.
Yeah, it's good to speak to you as well. To those of us watching, go ahead and introduce yourself. I assume most of them already know who I am.
I'm guessing they do, and even I do. I am a candidate for the Libertarian Party presidential nomination. Would you
And
like me to go on?
oh, sure, as much as you want to. Yeah, I'm familiar
Well, I
with your
appreciate that.
credentials. You've got some stuff to list.
Thanks. I appreciate that. I think my bio will probably be the worst 2 minutes of your audience's day today, but we'll get through it in a condensed fashion. I am a professional economist. I was so at least for a couple of decades until I became a police officer in my second career for the 11 and a half years until about a year and a half ago in South Broward County, Florida. As an economist, I taught economics at three different universities. I worked for the federal government at a couple agencies, worked for the White House for a couple of years, had my own business for a bunch of years with a buddy. We provided consulting services to financial institutions, and we were in the business of educating bankers and other financial services professionals. I worked in Washington for quite a few years as an advocate on behalf of the industry for free markets, lowering regulation in order to promote competition, that sort of thing. I grew up as a banker and a conservative economist before going to graduate school. Worked for a couple of banks in and around New York City before moving to Washington, D.C. And I'm very happy to be with you.
Oh, well, happy to have you here as well. Thank you. So, yeah, Mike, I gotta say, I'm surprised that your manager reached out because typically socialists are not known for being you know, very sympathetic towards libertarian economic policy. I mean, I call myself a libertarian socialist because I think that libertarianism fundamentally is a socialist ideology. But what motivated your interest to speak?
To be with you tonight, you mean?
Yeah.
Because, I think because of just what you said, you consider yourself a libertarian, which means I believe that probably several folks in your audience consider themselves libertarians. And I'm interested in getting my message out to libertarians because I'm interested, among other things, in their feedback. I'm running a campaign that is very policy forward. I'm running a campaign that I believe contains quite a few very, very transformational ideas. I back that up with the credibility that comes with a couple of careers in public service and public policy. I back it up with a very professional team in terms of our campaign itself. And so I believe that we do have this style of campaign that will put us in a good shape on the other half of business, on the other side of the nomination. And I believe that it's important. I think the Libertarian Party has a huge opportunity to play a major role in the American political landscape. I think we've had that opportunity in the past, and we have sort of missed it. I think we played it wrong a little bit. So I'm trying to move the party in the direction in which I believe it needs to go strategically and that's to run the kind of campaign that we're running.
Yeah, I actually went to a libertarian political conference. It was in oh my God, it was in Tennessee, the city of musicians. How am I blanking on it right now? So not
Uh-huh.
Jacksonville. It was
Was it the Libertarian Party of Tennessee, or was it a different group?
well, I think that there were a number of people. Nashville was in Nashville. There were a number of people there. I remember there was this weird ideological schism because there were a lot of people who were, I guess I would call them sort of principled American libertarians, where they sincerely believe in like the overreach of government, that kind of stuff. And then there were
Sure.
these, I guess they were mostly associated with the Mises Institute, but I would consider them primarily fascists. Whose main goal in being there was to kind of groom the people present into moving over from American libertarianism over into a kind of like radical, like far right control by other means thing. And if you were talking about like missteps within the Libertarian Party, it does seem like there's a lot of turmoil in there at the moment.
There's a little bit of turmoil. There was a changeover in leadership last year, and change always creates a little bit of angst. I think most of what we would call turmoil has died down substantially. There were a few folks with some hurt feelings, of course, on both sides of the arguments that were necessary to take place. But I think the party is in a lot better shape than it was a year ago in that regard. I do believe also that the turnover in leadership, we will look back on it and say it was a necessary thing and largely a good thing. The Without knowing exactly who the individuals were that you were referring to or what the conversation was, there is a group inside the Libertarian Party, the Mises Caucus, of which I'm a member, that grew up out of a disappointment with the way national campaigns had been handled previously, the presidential campaigns. And that was a disappointment that the campaigns did not represent a very principled stance, that it was not sufficiently policy forward, as I say, um, arguably not sufficiently bold and edgy. The reason I think it's important is because I believe, strategically, as well as ethically, it's important that the Libertarian Party represent itself in a way that completely differentiates us from the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. And I think that that's a lot of where the energy came from that went into the creation and rapid growth of the Mises Caucus inside the Libertarian Party.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of variance within that caucus as to how they want the party to be run. It's really just a difference in the attitudes I see. I've talked to people who have run in the Libertarian Party before, and I think usually, I mean, obviously, sincere disagreements were had on economic issues, but I think a lot of people have their hearts and minds in the right place, at least in the basic, in the first principles. And then there are some people who pursue this as a kind of mode of deregulatory fascism, where it's like you see this a lot, for example, with the Civil Rights Act, right? Where people will say, okay, so if you say let's get rid of the Civil Rights Act, well, that's politically unpopular, right? We all know Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. We know how this came about, but if you say instead, well, let's let the states handle it. Let the federal government get their hands off of these issues and let people vote in them, independently. What they're saying when they, say that is, well, let's get the southern states to revoke the Civil Rights Act. It'll pass in California and New York, but in a lot of places it won't. And that's, piecemeal, a way of getting the right agenda forward. Right for them at least. So when I talk with libertarians, I'm never quite sure what exactly I'm talking with or about, because I don't know whether or not they seek deregulation as a way of promoting freedom or as a means of getting rid of like civil liberties protections, that kind of stuff.
I don't know any This is not to say that they don't exist. I'm not arguing with you. I don't know any libertarians about whom I believe they're interested in getting rid of civil liberties. If you've met them and you've had that conversation, then you're a step ahead of me. But certainly, I don't know anyone that I've worked with in and around the party, in and around either that caucus or the other caucuses. I do believe that it is extremely important that the federal government get out of doing as much as it does. Yeah, civil rights legislation is maybe an example. I don't think it's anywhere near the most important example. There's plenty of regulatory affairs that could just as well be handled at the state level as at any other level, and for that reason, more appropriately handled at the state level.
Well,
So,
that's what I call it. Yeah, that's the sentiment I'm talking about. Like Ron Paul said, I think he said that it was a massive violation, the Civil Rights Act. It was a massive violation of the rights of private property and contract, which are the bedrocks of free society. And of course, I mean, the consequence of this, right, this deregulatory stance is always going to be, these regulations exist for a reason. If you get rid of them on a federal level, not all states will enforce them independently. And as a consequence of that, some people in this
or would
country will be
differently,
less free.
or would differently, yeah.
Well, what changes would one make to the Civil Rights Act with regards to, say, prohibiting businesses from denying service to people based on their race? Like, what variants would we be looking for state by state, as opposed to just like blanket freedoms that we provide everyone through federal power?
I wouldn't necessarily. I mean, you chose your words carefully to create the divisiveness you want. Good for you. Freedom is not usually a word we associate with requiring people to do certain things or precluding people from doing certain things. So I think it's an odd choice of words.
Well, it certainly is freedom,
You're
right?
asking me to predict the way that states would go? I don't know. My prediction would be that the vast majority of states, and possibly all of them, would adopt regulatory positions just like the legislation that exists today at the federal level. That would be my prediction. It's not necessarily, something that I think is a perfect solution or a horrible solution. I'm not suggesting that, but if you're asking me to predict it, that's what my prediction would be.
What functionally is the difference between the federal government protecting those civil liberties and a state government doing it? Like California's got like 45 million people in it. It is larger than a lot of independent nations. It seems in either case, you're just relying on a legal infrastructure to provide civil liberties to you. Just in one case, we ensure them for all Americans, and in another case, we're kind of piecemealing it federally between the states.
Well, you can call it piecemeal, but that is the appropriate vehicle. That is the way the American government is set up, and for good cause. Communities do have a right to set up the types of regulatory structures that they want. And the federal government doesn't have the authority, either legally, constitutionally speaking, or in terms of ethics, to make these decisions for states.
Does it not have the legal authority? I'm pretty sure the federal government has the right to designate laws of this kind.
No, I would flatly disagree with you. I don't think you'd be able to point to the Constitution and identify that.
That the federal government supersedes in authority the state government?
Uh, no, you wouldn't be able to point to the Constitution and identify, uh, language there that suggests that they have the right to regulate relationships among people or speech among individuals. I don't think you'd be able to point to state constitutions that say that either, just by the way. But certainly anything about which the Constitution is silent is explicitly left to the states in the 10th Amendment. You're making me say things that you already know. Like, I don't think you're pretending not to know this.
Well, I mean, obviously we're talking about like a separate cartoon universe, because functionally in the real world, the federal government has the authority to do all of these things, and does, and has been doing so for centuries. I mean, we could argue like
Yes, the civil rights
hypothetically.
legislation does exist. No one's arguing otherwise. It is a real thing. It is on the books. Yes.
Right. So, as things exist now, if you argue then that this right doesn't explicitly go to the states either, because the state constitution doesn't give them that power either, it seems like the logic that you're suggesting, or the consequence of that logic, would be that you couldn't do any kind of legislation at a federal, state, or even like local level with regards to, say, civil rights protections, because there is no constitution that explicitly says, right, like this institution has the right to regulate this specific behavior. You're not going to find anything that conditional.
I think that there are a tremendous number of legislative examples that the states do have the authority to regulate everything that has anything to do with a relationship to the state, right? States should absolutely be precluding themselves and all kinds of smaller governmental entities within the state from behaving in certain ways when it comes to protecting individual liberties? Absolutely. I don't think that anyone should have an argument about that. When it comes to a governmental agency deciding that it's going to make rules about how you engage in relationships with employees, I think we should all be a little bit concerned about that.
I am. I'm concerned we don't have enough regulations in that specific field, to be
You think
honest
that
with
we
you.
should have more regulations about how companies are allowed to I mean, where do we give me an example? Because maybe I would agree with you. I just can't think of anything. Give me an example where the combination of federal, local, and state governments don't regulate the relationship today between an employer and an employee.
Abuse of
I think the
contract labor.
entire waterfront is covered at this point, isn't it?
Abuse of contract labor. Corporations tend to have people on as contractors rather than employees, so they don't have to provide specific benefits.
But
Keeping
these are
people,
regulated now. Those are regulated.
but there's still abuse of contract labor. We need to regulate it
Well, there's all
harsher.
kinds of abuse. I mean, you and I could be mean to each other. I don't plan on it. I don't think you plan on it either. I mean, we can, be mean to each other, but
But
that's
I'm not
not to say
talking
that
about
there
being
isn't a
mean.
regulatory apparatus in place. There is. The governments today regulate that quite heavily, and it's been adjudicated in state and federal court.
The contractual relationships between employers and employees isn't just people being mean to each other. We're talking about structural laws that affect millions and millions of people. They have talked about these issues, to be sure. Contract labor has come up in every court in the land. It's been brought up in law, but it remains an issue that is severely unregulated, in my opinion. I want more ecological
I guess you and I are going to
regulations.
have to agree to disagree. It's a heavily regulated area. It's heavily adjudicated. There are books, volumes, you know this already, volumes of texts on standing case law in these areas. I don't think the problem is an absence or a lack of regulation.
But I want
Now, you,
more.
you might feel that the regulation should be different. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I would disagree with that. I mean, I would agree that it should be different too. You and I might want to go in different directions with the changes we would make. I believe that the government spends far too much energy regulating our relationships with each other and needs to get the hell out.
Well, that's my concern. I actually strongly disagree. There may be case law which talks about these issues, but that doesn't mean that the conclusions they settled on are the ones that I agree with. I think the
Agreed.
state has a
Me too.
responsibility.
Agreed.
Yeah, well, I think the state has a responsibility to the best of its ability. There are no perfect systems, but to protect people from corporations. I think that corporations have an incredibly autocratic role in the
Do you think
lives
that we
most
ought to
people
have
live.
regulations protecting corporations from each other or corporations from unions?
Um, In some instances, sure, a legal framework should dictate essentially all relations between legal bodies. Yeah. I don't know what exactly they need
The
protection
government should
from
regulate
unions,
all
but
relations among legal bodies.
yeah, like corporations, unions, you have to
I'm sorry,
file
that's a
these with the
fairly
government.
chilling statement.
Well, I don't think so. We have laws, and these laws already exist. You have to file for a union, right? Like these organizations, you have to write
No,
them.
I'm not arguing that they shouldn't have a right to exist. I'm just saying that the idea that the government ought to be regulating all relationships among legal entities, like between you and me, between corporations, between us and corporations, between corporations and unions. I think that that is a frightening,
It's,
breathtaking statement, to
it's
be
already
honest.
true. I
I
can't
didn't
throw
know
a
you were
rock
going
at
to
you.
go there. That takes my breath away.
Well,
That actually makes the hair stand up on the back of my
Well, that's
neck.
the thing. What I said may take your breath away, but legal frameworks are what keeps me from physically taking your breath away. You know, if I were to meet you in the street and we were to get into a fight, like legal
I think there's
frameworks
a big
dictate.
difference between a criminal code and regulating the relationship between two individuals in terms of an employer-employee
Well, wait, no,
relationship.
what? Fundamentally, this is just a legal framework that we use to guide people's behavior towards mutually beneficial outcomes. We have these guiding behaviors.
Do you feel
these
like it's the
systems.
government's role to guide our relationships?
If it would keep people from murdering each other in the street, then certainly, yeah. That is guiding people's behavior. That is the state using its power, its autonomy, its monopolization
Right.
over
Is that how you
violence.
feel about employer-employee relationships, that we're guiding people to avoid murder?
No, I think that we're not doing nearly enough to guide people away from murder, to be honest with you. I think that at the
Well,
current relationship
look,
those
you and
two
I
institutions
agree that
have are
we should
pretty
be guiding
violent.
people away from murder. I spent 11 and a half years of my life trying to protect the people's
Yeah, you were a
individual
cop. You
freedoms
were
and
an
rights from
enforcer of
bad
the
people.
state's role in guiding people's behavior with each other. It's just a matter of which laws we do or don't agree with.
Yes, that's right. I don't think that beyond physical harm, right, or taking someone's property, beyond that, I don't think that the government has, ethically speaking, an appropriate role in guiding our relationships.
I
I mean, do you think
strongly
that the
disagree.
government ought to have some role in guiding the relationship between you and me, or between you and other people, or between me and other people?
Yeah, I can't physically attack you. I can't harass you. There are laws for libel and defamation that, depending on what I do, you could sue me for. You would be
Right. But
calling in.
outside of bringing harm to someone, do you think that we need the government to go beyond that?
Well, libel and defamation wouldn't bring you physical harm. It would bring
No,
harm
no,
to
not
your.
physical harm. I get that. I
Mhm.
mean, I don't want someone to have the right to defraud me, take my money. I get that. But outside of taking someone's stuff or bringing harm, I believe in torts. I think that, civil liability courts are a very useful mechanism. I just don't see how the government ought to, beyond that, the government has an appropriate role. I mean, I'm really curious. This is not merely a rhetorical question. I'm really curious in how you feel about this. You really believe that the government has a role in regulating the relationships among people beyond just, protecting them from, harm.
Well, no, I think the
I'm
point is to
curious.
protect them from
Why
harm.
why would that be, I guess? Why would you figure the government was an appropriate arbiter of how we treat each other?
Well, the point is to protect people from harm. It's like a social contract kind of thing. The idea being that you want to create roles that lead to the largest amount of good for the greatest number of people. And we can do this in obvious ways, like preventing people from murdering each other or stealing from each other. And there are laws for that.
And I don't think we
But we
should
can
keep
do it.
going back to the murder example.
Well,
That's
well,
something in
but I
which
wasn't,
we
I wasn't,
agree.
I wasn't finished. I'm glad we agree on that at least. But there are plenty of other things that are very harmful to people that have been kind of legally institutionalized. Historically, it goes like a lack of a minimum wage, a lack of guidelines for workplace safety,
Well, the
slavery.
minimum wage is a curious example. Why would you feel that the government were smarter at deciding what you should be allowed to do regarding going to work for someone than the employee himself or the employer herself?
This is
Uh, you know,
this is a
it's a curious example
well, it's
because
it's a
the
it's a
economic literature
facile
is
and
rife
naive.
with demonstrations of what a bad idea it is economically.
It's
But
so well. Hold
never
on.
mind all that. Ethically
You
speaking, why
have
would the
a well.
government
Hold on,
be
sir.
appropriate?
You have a degree in economics, and I'm sure that you're more studied on this, so you should know that there is literally no evidence to suggest that a minimum wage hurts the availability of jobs in regions where it's applied. I'm not talking about people's intelligence here. Everyone is acting in accordance with their mutual interest. So corporations want to make the highest amount of money possible. Workers want to make the highest wage possible. And this would be a fair relationship if both groups had equal power. But that's not even remotely true. Monopoly and monopsony power, inelastic markets, the fact that people don't often have the training or the ability to move out of their area. We know for a fact, because we have millennia of historical evidence to support this case, that if corporations want to set up a system where they pay you jack and you just have to live with it, that's life. It is only through a greater power,
I'm
the
sorry, where is
democratic
there an
state,
example of that?
literally all of human history from feudalism downward and through
Okay,
the first
that
several
strikes
centuries
me
of
as
capitalism.
similar to going to the argument about murder. I mean, why don't we focus on this century in this country? I
This
mean, is there
century, you mean
really
the
a place where
21st?
you think that people
The
feel
21st
so
century? Well, no,
trapped
no,
that
no.
they need the
So
government?
we can ignore
Go
like
ahead.
historical precedent if you want, and I would just defer to undocumented immigrants. People who are not protected by the state because they're not citizens immediately get exploited by corporations here because it turns out when you don't have the legal protections afforded to you by U.S. citizenship, and the first time you interact with a cop will be your last time in the U.S., that means it's actually really easy to exploit you. That's happening right now to millions of people in this country because they can't rely on the state to protect them the way it protects you and I. They are not given the same fair consideration from corporations. They're treated worse.
Well, the exploitation of immigrants is a little bit deeper problem than that. The black market's created by the government precluding people from coming in legally and therefore incentivizing them to come in through human trafficking is a much richer problem than just, people coming in and getting low wage work.
I agree. I'm
Uh,
pro open borders, but you have to acknowledge that without the protection of the government, those undocumented laborers are immediately exploited. We could get a comparable effect simply by removing
it's
government
not
laws
because that
regarding
they don't have
workers.
a minimum wage in place.
but they're not getting paid minimum wage in a lot of cases. So that often is actually the issue.
The market won't drive their supply of labor to a price that exceeds what you believe that the state minimum wage ought to be, or in some places already is. That is
They're paid
not
less than minimum wage.
What's that?
There are undocumented immigrants and U.S. citizens working side by side on farms in the Southwest, and the U.S. citizens are getting
paid
more.
less than the minimum wage. Now, what would happen if you instituted a minimum wage and made it stick in those places?
In a way that protects the undocumented workers? Well, then they would get paid minimum
wage.
In a way
that you call it protection, but it's not protection. Assuming those markets are clearing, and there's no reason to believe that those markets don't clear like any other market, what you're going to end up with is fewer people being hired.
Well,
that's not protecting them.
There's just no evidence to suggest that. Also, the number of workers we have working...
That's how markets work.
Well, it's how you think markets work.
There's no reason to believe that they don't.
It's not how markets work. We need the number of workers we have because that's how we produce our food. The idea that if we had to pay undocumented workers minimum wage, that we would just suddenly cut like to a third our agricultural production because instead
you made
we just
up
wouldn't
those
pay
numbers.
the tens of millions.
You're going back to the murder example. Yes,
I'm not going to the murder example.
I don't think it's really fair to say, well, we need government regulation, otherwise we would murder each other.
You have not answered the question that I have posed to you, the hypothetical here. You say the government does not protect us from corporations, that it's not necessary to manage or regulate these wage interactions. But we have a group of people who are not protected by U.S. law, not functionally at least, undocumented immigrants, and as a consequence, they're horribly exploited for their labor. That would be you, and that would be me, if we lived in a state that didn't afford us any worker protections. We would be just as hungry and desperate as the millions of Americans who lived at the turn of the century.
I can't speak to your resume. You graduated from Humboldt, and you seem like a very educated guy with good skills.
Thank you.
I'm fairly confident that you would be able to get a job paying over minimum wage if the government failed to protect you in some sense. I think that that's a silly thing there.
Could I enjoy that wage knowing millions of my countrymen were living in row houses starving because they just didn't happen to be born into an affluent family like I was? I would be the same person then, arguing. Do
you really
for
think
those
that's how labor markets work?
Well, historically, yes, most people have been poor, so that is an empirical fact with regards to the labor markets.
Yeah, I think that it might be time for you to touch some grass. You got to get out and see how labor markets work and how people actually live. You don't have to be an economist to do it. You don't have to be a cop to do it, but either one of those will teach you how communities work, how labor markets work, how they clear.
Do you disagree with
and
the
what
assertion?
Happens when you can interrupt me if you want. Your turn.
Do you disagree with the assertion that around the turn of the century, like 1900 or so, that most Americans were poor?
Most Americans were poor. The reason that they were lifted out of poverty is because markets were allowed to work. The reason that wages were so low at the turn of the... I'm sorry, you find that funny?
I do, but I was going to let you finish.
That's the historical record. I don't think that's a very contentious statement. That's just how economies have developed. And by the way, not just the United States.
In the 1900s,
the reason wages were so low at the turn of the century is because there was such a great deal of labor available in the agrarian economy that was migrating slowly to the urban economy. There was so much labor available that there was no way to drive up wages except in the very, very long run.
And yet the robber barons who controlled the factories those millions of poor people happened to work at for 12 or 14 hours a day were very well. It was
because they were providing the jobs that drew. Look, I'm not arguing with you about whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, but you can't just sit there and mischaracterize the way labor markets developed.
I haven't mischaracterized anything. That is what a market does when there are no protections for workers. The biggest, meanest, fattest bastard who already owns the factories gets all the money and everyone else gets jack. This is the economics of cuckoldry. You and I may have the fortune now of being in relatively good positions, but the vast majority of people in this country, even today in this country, the wealthiest country on earth, still live lives of poverty and desperation. Most of them can't even afford a small emergency.
I'm sorry, that's empirically a very, very silly statement.
It's empirically a correct statement. I agree that it's silly in the sense that our economic system is silly, but we have not fundamentally... The vast majority of
Americans live by the standards of the rest of the world.
Paycheck to paycheck. And I don't care about the standards of the rest of the world. I'm talking empirically,
Okay, by the
paycheck to
standards of
paycheck.
historic American livelihoods, the
Compared to
vast
what,
majority
100
of
years ago?
Americans now live very well
Yeah, compared to worse things. Of course, this is tautological. Things are
compared to
better
the
now
past,
than they.
compared to people.
Yeah.
What do you want to compare it to?
So I want to talk about what it actually is, because this is the problem. This is like a neoliberal market economics, right? Well, things are better than they were before. I don't care. What? So things were better in 1890 than they were during the slave period. That doesn't mean you stop there. You always try to improve. Right now,
That's
most
right. And we've
Americans
made
live
steady
paycheck to paycheck.
improvement in labor markets and every other
Yeah,
market
through regulation, we have
every
protected
decade.
workers. Workers enjoy the highest proportional amount of wealth in this country back at the height of union participation in the 1950s. That was post FDR's New Deal. That was after Social Security came about. That was after the government subsidized the hell out of
Now,
new
you
housing.
know as well as I do, if you've spent any time with the data at all, and I suspect that you have, so try not to hide behind a sophomoric understanding of how the data work, that the way that we measure the contribution of income to labor is very different than it used to be, because now we have a larger, much hugely larger proportion that we call entrepreneurialism that gets categorized as earnings to capital, where they are really truly earnings to labor in a lot of ways. So, it's because of the nomenclature that we've come up with this idea that less money is paid to labor these days than ever before. But
It
fundamentally
is a
speaking,
fact of the world that most Americans cannot afford a small emergency, or that they live paycheck to paycheck. This is unacceptable. That it is better than the past means nothing to me. We managed to maintain a low unemployment rate for US citizens, but for some reason, in spite of the fact that the total pool of labor must not be so oversaturated that we can maintain a low unemployment rate, undocumented immigrants are getting paid significantly less than minimum wage and are being afforded no worker protections. So clearly, the forces that are acting on the undocumented immigrants are not just some exceptional factor of additional labor supply in those areas, because we have a relatively even spread of population across this country. We've got states like Wyoming and Montana. We've got states like New York and California, where people all get paid the minimum wage or higher. And yet, the one group that doesn't get workers' protections, the one group where the state can't intervene because the state doesn't even know they're here, they and they alone get paid drastically less. That is the market. It is a market of poverty, and you are wishing it on every American.
that is one of the most sophomoric statements of labor markets I have ever heard. The reason wages are so low for undocumented workers is because the labor market produces so many potential undocumented workers and other workers of low skills in those particular areas. And therefore, well, that's enough to keep wages low. And therefore, the industries that take advantage of low wage employment, the only industries that can take advantage of low wage employment, are therefore located in areas where they can avail themselves of this wage pool. It's exactly the same thing that happened 100 years ago after the recent advent of the technological revolution, after the industrial revolution. This is why wages were so low for so long, because it took a long time to bring labor out of the agrarian sector. That's just the way it happened. I'm not arguing it was a good thing or a bad thing, but that's how labor markets work. But the idea that you want to say that the reason the American economy has evolved over the past 100 years in a way that's brought up standards of living and wages, that is somehow the result of government regulation,
Mm-hmm.
is, I'm sorry, those dots don't connect. I don't
It
think
is.
any economist would even say that there's a logical progression in thinking there. The reason wages come up is because of the ratio. You know this, but you're going to make me say it for you anyway.
I like hearing it
Wages are
from your
driven
voice.
by the ratio of capital to labor. The
And
reason wages have come up in the United States is because we have been so fortunate in accumulating a giant pool of capital and technology, technological innovation, Greater research, obviously, has pushed these things. This is why the wage rates have come up. And of course, it's the reason why we've had such a, by historical
And
standards,
yet,
crazy low
all over
unemployment
this
rate.
country, hundreds of millions of workers, all licensed with the government and protected as a U.S. citizen, manage to make the minimum wage or more where they live, and the one group of people who are spared that protection get far less. And this is during a time
The
of a
reason people in the North make so
no,
much
wait.
more than the minimum
There
wage
is
is
a
because not because there's a
labor
minimum wage law.
Yes, that is a government protection. There is a labor shortage in agriculture right now. You say the reason why these undocumented immigrants are subject to lower wages is because of an overabundance of labor in that field. Interestingly, this doesn't seem to affect the wages of legal citizens who are working in that field, but, you know, that could be a coincidence. In spite of this, there is a labor shortage. So they should be getting paid more. They should
There's
be
a
getting
labor
paid more
shortage all over the United States, but not where people come across the border.
In agriculture, there is a labor shortage in agriculture.
Have you been down to the border?
Do you typically get your economic data by going down to countries' borders and asking around?
That's an interesting answer to my question.
Yes, I have actually. San Diego's
I
right
do
against the
pick
border.
up
I've been down there multiple
anecdotally on
times.
how the markets work in certain areas. I spent a couple of days at the border last fall, and it was interesting to learn not just about the black markets that undermine individual rights so much in terms of bringing people in as indentured servants. It's horrible, as you know. It's one area where I'm sure you and I agree that the way the government has handled the situation has been bad for immigrants, full stop. We need a much more pro-immigrant and much more pro-immigration policy. But yes, the pool of labor is driving down wages in those areas.
So let me repeat this because I don't know if you heard it properly the first time. There is a labor shortage in agriculture. By your like economics 101, like living in a smooth, frictionless surface with no gravity like scenario for economics, they should be paying higher wages, higher than minimum, certainly, to undocumented workers, especially because undocumented workers aren't subject to the kinds of protections that we are with, say, like OSHA or like overtime. So you would think there would actually be a massive economic incentive to hire them. And yet, as we've seen throughout all of history, regardless of whether or not there was an oversaturation of labor in these areas, in the absence of legal protections, employers will treat people as badly as they are capable. They will enslave you if they can, and if they can't enslave you, they will sharecrop you, and if they can't sharecrop you, they will pay you the lowest amount that you can legally be paid. And this has been the trend through American history up to this point, where people in every state are paid the lowest amount corporations can get away with, and they will pay you less without these regulations. See, this is what I mean about freedom. You talk a big game about freedom, but the only freedom you care about is the freedom for pigs to munch more money off the workers doing the actual work. Out there on those farms...
You're now lecturing me on what it is I care about?
Yes, I am. I think you are concerned primarily... And this is why you were a libertarian and a cop, because the freedom you care about is the freedom cops protect, that of the bourgeoisie. You care about the systems and rules that protect property.
I'm sorry, the city I worked for didn't have a lot of that. Can you spell it for me?
The institution of the police is one which predominantly protects property rights. You care about property rights. Property is something that I do not have in equal measure to, say, Jeff Bezos. What I have in equal measure to him is a life. All of us have lives in equal measure. Laws should protect life. But when you care primarily about protecting property, all of a sudden your considerations are skewed heavily towards those who have more of it. And that's what I'm hearing right now. That's why I'm hearing you pretend to care about the conditions of the undocumented worker. And to be fair, you do support open borders, and I certainly agree with you on that. But in the meantime, we must recognize undocumented immigrants are only experiencing what all of us would be experiencing were it not for the government protecting us.
There's so much in there that you said that was just factually incorrect. I don't know where to start. Let's start with this. I did work as a police officer. No, I was not as consumed as you seem to be about property. My job was to protect people's rights. Yes, in large part, it was from crime. Yes, there's an element of it too that means we have to protect people from government in the sense that police officers have a tremendous amount of latitude in how they carry out their appointed missions. And so police officers need to be very careful to protect people from the government itself. But largely, we're talking about protecting people from crime. And of course, a huge part of the job is responding to all kinds of calls for service and emergencies that have nothing to do with crime. I assure you, the literally dozens of times that I performed CPR on people had nothing to do with crime, except for, of course, the government's creation of black markets and creating a prohibition on drugs that leads to all kinds of problems with addiction and fraud that preclude people from seeking the help that they need to beat addiction problems. No, much of what I did was supporting people's right to be protected from crime that has nothing to do with property. It's protecting people from violence. No, I don't know who gave you the impression that I or anybody else who's a libertarian is somehow consumed with this idea of property being what matters. So I hope that we can dispense with that. I'm not going to say anything that insults you or your motivations or anything, and I think that I deserve the same respect.
Are you telling me that as a libertarian, you are not concerned with the protection of property as a fundamental legal value?
You seem to believe that libertarians are consumed with property as opposed to people's protection from crime and violence. You seem to want to characterize police officers as being consumed with this idea of protecting rich people's property. I don't know where you got that. You obviously didn't get that from working as a police officer. Maybe you know police officers who have that attitude. I'm sorry for them or for you and being led astray in that sense. But no, that was not my job, and that was not my attitude, and that was not what my employer asked me to do.
Well, if we're not primarily concerned with the protection of property, then maybe we should talk about the greatest road to freedom, which is, of course, wealth redistribution. Much as in the case when the land and the property
You're characterizing taking money from
owners.
someone and giving it to someone else as promoting, what was the word you used? Freedom?
Yes.
I don't think freedom is an appropriate word to use when it comes to taking money from someone and giving it to someone else. By whose authority would you do such a thing? Because you thought it was a good idea or because you voted on it?
That's where all the authority for my ideas comes from. Yeah, if I think it's a good idea, if I think it's ethical, then I'll argue for it. The institution that actually carries it out just has to be the one capable of getting the
Well, that's the
job
difference
done.
between you and a libertarian, is that I might think something is a good idea, but I'm not shoving it down anyone else's throat.
Oh, well, see, I think that traditionally, if a person is, subscribed to an ethical position, it's usually good to bring about the conditions which allow that condition to flourish. I mean, we want good things, right?
Those are two different things. You are a slippery rascal, aren't you?
If you think, for example, that slavery is
wrong, creating the conditions for something to flourish is very different from shoving it down their throat.
Okay, well,
you seem to think that it's a good idea to take money from someone and give it to someone else.
How about shoving abolitionism down somebody's throat, right? The Civil War, North versus South, Those Southerners, they were getting awfully uppity down there with their slavery and with their Fort Sumter attacks. I say, if you think ethically that slavery is wrong, which I do and you do as well, I think it's okay to shove that down their throats. I mean, Vernon Sherman went and marched his way on down south, and I tell you, we took a lot of money and property from those folks.
I think we can all agree that it was, in some sense, our Constitution's, our nation's original sin not to ban slavery from the get-go. I don't think you're going to get too much pushback from me or anybody else in the United States about that.
Oh, sure. I would hope I wouldn't, at least.
Exactly.
So, but in that case, I mean, we did indeed shove abolitionism down their throats, right? We killed a lot of Confederates to prove that point.
Yeah, I don't think that bringing up slavery is a particularly useful example in bolstering your case that we ought to be taking money from rich people at force of government coercion,
but we
and giving it to someone else because you think it's a good idea. I don't think those two things have much in common.
Well, to them,
do you really think that slavery is similar to the argument against slavery is similar to the argument in favor of taking money from people and giving it to someone else?
We call workers wage slaves for a reason. But yeah, the Confederates thought slaves were property. To them, the Union was taking their property. That
Do
was
you?
the issue. Do I think they're property? No. But I think you and I have different
So
definitions.
you would
of
agree
property.
with me that the two arguments actually have nothing to do with each other.
Okay. But you agree then that it's morally justifiable to shove abolitionism down the throat of the Confederates, right? That's a fine thing.
It is ethically justifiable for a community, whether a community small, state, or federal. It is legally justifiable, morally, ethically justifiable for a community of people to get together and decide what they're going to do, how they're going to do it, about protecting people's individual rights. Absolutely. Well, so do I think that that ought to be something that's constitutionally protected by the federal government? Yes, absolutely. I think we're all disappointed that the Constitution didn't ban slavery.
Well, it depends on the rights we're talking about, certainly. So the right to not be a slave, what about indentured servitude? What about people selling decades of their life for travel over to the United States? Because that was one of the big ways that the Irish came over, for example. You know, they wanted to come over here where there were jobs and less famine, so they would say, okay, take me over there in a ship.
Some
if I
gray
survive,
form
6
of
years to you.
I get where you're going. Some gray form of slavery. No, I don't think that slavery is tolerable, whether it's slightly gray or heavily gray. All of that should be intolerable to us. I'm just waiting for you to somehow connect the dots from this discussion, on which no one would disagree. Connect the dots over to, and therefore we have the right to use our government to take money from people because we think they have too much of it, and give it to someone else because we think they don't have enough of it. So I want to hear those dots get connected.
So the dots are not only connected, we're at the same dot right now. Because indentured servitude, if there were indentured servants in the United States and we said, no more, this is now illegal and we are freeing these indentured slaves, all right? Well, what are we actually doing? What we're actually doing is breaking a contract made between that indentured servant and the person who bought their time. What do workers do when they go to their workplace at 8 a.m. in the morning? They're selling their time. On a shorter time scale, to be sure, and with less preconditions, but the link is right there. On a fundamental level,
you believe that because slavery is bad, we have the right to get rid of, or otherwise regulate, but including get rid of, any contract between any two people?
I think that there's a good reason why the government has rules when it comes to contracts and what you can and can't sell away. For example, indentured servitude.
That's not much of an answer to what I just said.
I'm not done. Indentured servitude is illegal in the U.S. You can't sign, you could sign a contract saying that, but the government wouldn't recognize it as valid, no matter who you signed it to. Now, I think that that's a good thing, because I think that sometimes in times of desperation, people might agree to legal contracts that are exploitative. And I think it's the right of the government to prevent that exploitation. I think that
governments don't have rights. Communities of people have rights to form a government and enforce criminal statutes, legal frameworks as they see fit to advance the interests of their society. Governments don't have rights.
The prevention of the exploitative contracts that I'm talking about. Now, I think that a lot of the labor that we do today falls under that purview. I think that we have a fundamentally exploitative system. It's not as bad as slavery. I won't pretend that it is, but I'm
still waiting for the dots to get connected. You said that this was somehow going to bolster your case, that this all means that we have the right to take property away from rich people and give it to someone else because you think it's a good idea. That's the argument on the table. I'm waiting for you to bolster it.
When we banned indentured servitude, we were literally taking property away from the wealthy. The property in this case was the signed time of the indentured servants. We've done this many times. We did this with the slave owners too.
I'm sorry, I can't give that to you. I cannot say, because some people labeled humans as property, that was somehow a precedent for, therefore, we can take people's money if they have too much of it.
No, indentured servants
just don't connect.
Indentured servants weren't considered property. However,
I can see now why I'm a libertarian and you're a socialist. I didn't think the divide was as big as it is.
Yes, I agree. There's a tremendous gap in understanding
very different ethical frameworks.
No, but you don't know what your ethical framework is because you don't understand what I'm saying. Indentured servants weren't considered property. The contract of their labor and time was, because it was a guarantee. It was a contract they filed. It was no different functionally from signing a contract with any regular contractor saying that they will finish a job painting your building or whatever. It just
No, I
lasted
get
a
it.
long
You
time.
believe that because the government should have the right to abrogate certain contracts, it therefore also ought to have the right to take property from people.
So
I get it. I heard you.
You agree because you said the government should have the right to break indentured servitude bonds. So you agree then that there are times when the government has a right to take property from the wealthy because that is what that contract was. Not the person, but the contract. It represented an investment of wealth, of capital, that was the property of the person who bought the indentured servant. It was a servant, after all, not a slave. They weren't property, but their labor was entitled.
I heard you. By your argument, it would also therefore follow that because I don't think the government has the right to take property away from anybody, that in some sense you would say, I'm pro-slavery.
Oh yeah, I do think you're that. Yes, but I have to get there. We have to build.
I mean,
the ladder.
you're not very serious right now. That
okay.
You think
so,
that it's a change somehow in ethical frameworks to be able to say both. On the one hand, I don't believe in slavery, and I do think there are certain contracts that communities ought to have the right to abrogate on the one hand, and on the other hand,
some contracts should be banned.
You don't have the right to take property away from people.
So
I don't believe it's true that for those two things to coexist, you need two different ethical frameworks.
If you are arguing that the government has the right to break contracts on an ethical ground, you are arguing for the redistribution of property. You are taking time and labor that was promised by the indentured servant to the person who bought their time and labor. You are taking it and ripping it from the person who paid money for it and giving it back. This is functionally the same as the government intervening and saying, hey, this contractor that you paid to like retile your roof or whatever, no, they're not going to retile your roof and you're not getting your money back. They keep the money, they don't retile the roof. This is unquestionably taking your property from you and giving it to the person who's going to tile your roof. You're in favor of that with the case of indentured servants. So the question is, when do we think it's okay to do this?
The difference is that indentured servants have an element of coercion.
Well, hold on. I agree. So let's see if we can't find coercion in other places in our economy. So
no, you don't have the right to say, because there's coercion someplace in the economy, I have the right to take someone's property away.
You just said that with indentured servants.
I'm not letting you go there. That's just silly talk.
Well, you just said that with indentured servants. You said, well, in this case, it's okay because there was coercion. I agree completely. So we're establishing then that if coercion is involved, the government should be able to break exploitative contracts, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so let's see if we can't find some coercion, all right? Let's say, hypothetically, that you're born in a poor household in the Midwest. You don't have much money, and your family's kind of sick. They kind of have some medical debt racking up. You've got to get a job, like, soon, like in high school, right? Like, you got to get started real quick, okay? Now,
I get it. I went to work in high school. I get it.
Right. So, so did I, yeah. So we are now faced with a situation where you have a choice of just a few jobs. Now, do you not think there is an element of coercion in forcing a person to choose between a localized regional market when it's entirely possible that the conditions or the pay at any of these places could be below par, unacceptable?
The big difference between you and me is that you believe in some sense the environment, the world, the economy, the system, the man, that big blob out there that is hard for people to understand, is in some sense a thinking, living being, some godlike creature maybe, that forces people to do things. You said, oh, do you think it's okay to force people? No, I don't believe it's okay to force people. But you are using as the object in your sentence, the subject of your sentence, to be some amorphous thing that you refuse to define. You said that because the situation they're in, they're being forced to do something. I got to ask you, by whom?
Okay, that's a great question. I'll ask you that question about the indentured servants. Who forced them into those contracts?
It's not the force into the contracts, it's the force once the contracts are engaged that is the element of coercion. Indentured servitude is unethical because of the way that coercion plays a role in propagating them.
How? That's a
Not
contract. If you
because,
break a contract, you can be liable in both criminal and civil senses. That's the case like in basically every job. How is that coercion?
indentured servitude, and maybe you and I are having a discussion past each other because we have different definitions of indentured servitude. Indentured servitude, in the traditional sense, and maybe you want to switch definitions, and I'll follow you if you give me what your definition is. But indentured servitude typically means that you promise to give a certain amount of labor over time, and that if you don't, your employer has some right to coercion to enforce that contract.
That's all business contracts. If you are a contractor or if you
No,
run a
you have to go to court to make it happen.
that's what they would do with indentured servants. They weren't slaves. They couldn't just kill them or whatever. Like if they had a contract
Right.
for 6 years on the
And
farm
no, we
and
do
they
not believe in this country, you and I agree on this, that neither the government nor anyone else should have the power of coercion to force someone to perform labor.
then where's the
That is
coercion with
what
the
we put
indentured
under the generalized category of slavery.
well where's the coercion with the indentured servant? It's a contract. You sign the contract.
Because it can only be enforced through coercion.
No, but the coercion you're describing is present in many existing labor contracts. If you sign a contract as a contract
No, you
worker,
think it is, but it's not.
No,
you
no.
keep finding it like the boogeyman under the bed.
No, listen, for
this
indentured
does not
servants
lead
and
to
for
some amorphous belief that when people go and get work, they're being forced by the system.
So, no, listen. So the thing that I'm about to describe is true for both indentured servants and many workers in the US today, okay? You need money, a lot of us do, so you sign a contract where you promise to do a certain amount of work over a given length of time. You agree to conditions, you're signed in, and now you're going for it. You get an upfront payment, you get paid along the way, whatever. And then, if you break the terms of that contract, you could be open to civil litigation, or if it's severe enough, criminal litigation against you. That is equally true for both
Criminal indentured servants, involved.
For both indentured servants and for and for many workers today. So where's the coercion? That's
yes. Apples in my house are both red. That doesn't mean I can eat
Wait,
the
then
house.
what's the difference? Why is the indentured servant coercive or being coerced upon, but not regular salaried contract workers?
I'll explain it for the third time.
Okay.
Indentured servitude includes an element of coercion for enforcement. And that enforcement takes the form of requiring the labor itself to continue. No court would make such a claim on a person's labor in the modern American state, and correctly so. We all agree on this.
Wait, no, that's not true. If you stopped working as an indentured servant, then you could be faced with penalizing fees that would send you to debtor's prison, or if what you did was bad enough, you could be sent to like criminal jail. And the same is
and
the
that's
case.
Why we don't tolerate it, because we don't tolerate coercion.
But no, this happens today. You can break a contract and ruin your life for it. This is a thing that exists right now. The element of coercion that you're describing is
I'm sorry,
present.
do you know someone who quit his job and went to jail for it?
I know 37 people who did, yes. But also, if you quit your job...
I think that's a more interesting topic than arguing about the definition of indentured servitude.
If you
we should
quit
have a
your
podcast
job,
about these 37 people.
What
happened?
If you quit your job when you're contracted to continue labor, you can be sued for it in civil court and your life can be ruined. If you quit your job in a way that brings about some criminal negligence, which is possible, though difficult to do, then you could be faced with criminal...
Very difficult to do. I mean, we're talking about walking out in the middle of a surgery if you're a doctor. No, it's very difficult.
Yeah, actually. Yeah, no, wait, hold on. Isn't that coercive? Why should a surgeon not be able to just walk out mid-heart transplant? Like, to do otherwise would be slavery, because the state would be coercive.
You've adopted a certain liability that... is understood. This is where torts come from. This is where civil liability.
Same as indentured servants.
You're just being silly. I think
No,
you're kidding
no. The
me.
thing that you can't understand
You
here
insult your
is that
intelligence.
labor, the relations between laborers and the bourgeoisie, has been fundamentally the same at its core. It is only
These,
transformed in its kindness. Slavery, serfdom, indentured servitude, sharecropping, the modern day workplace, it still describes the fundamental relationship between owner and operator, between proletariat and bourgeoisie. The only question is, how many barriers are there between what we live with and the just barest skinflint human existence possible? What are the layers that protect us from going all the way back to the BC era? What keeps us from that point? And the truth to that, and the only thing that has ever protected us from that, is law. Hard, concrete law, protections, specifically protections for the weak against the powerful. Corporations are powerful. Individual citizens, regular people, are hideously weak. They're weak against corporations. They're weak against the government. We must do everything in our power to use law to empower the weak and weaken the strong. Because if we don't do that, then we're essentially just enabling feudalism all over again. There were plenty of laws back in feudal empires. You know, they had them too. And those laws existed to reinforce the material ruling power of the people who were in charge, and ours do today as well, which is precisely why people in Wall Street can steal millions and get 18 months in prison if we're lucky, whereas people like you and I, if we got caught like shoplifting from a 7-Eleven, we could get one of 3 strikes that would send us to jail forever. Like, the law still exists to protect the powerful, but you want to make it protect the powerful even more. You want to strip away protections from the working man, and that's the thing I don't get. That doesn't make people free. Nobody gets freer when they aren't guaranteed a minimum wage or working protections or OSHA. They're made less free because now their life gets constricted and the people on top get wealthier.
I'm pretty sure that there was absolutely nothing in that monologue that was true. I'm
Huh.
trying to find a piece of it that may have been, and it just wasn't. I'm sorry. The 19th century is calling. They've asked for their sociology back. You would
What
benefit
exactly
from
did I say that
getting
was
a
incorrect?
job.
You can
You would
gesture if you
benefit
want,
from
but I
getting a
want
job with a corporation.
specifically, what did I say
And
there that was incorrect?
I would have to replay the whole thing
So
because I don't
nothing.
think
So
there was anything.
you didn't catch
The
anything wrong.
fundamental, your fundamental premise, let's start with that. The first thing you said is that the relationship between people and employers is fundamentally the same as between slaves and slave owners, and between indentured servitude, indentured servants, and their masters. And none of that is true. None of that is true. If you've ever worked for a corporation, maybe you have, maybe you haven't, you would see that you can quit and you won't go to jail. And indeed, if you have the
Not
right
surgeons,
skills,
though.
yeah, surgeons quit all the time. You ought to
Not
know that.
yeah, but apparently they are slaves mid-operation, because if they quit right then you think the state should have the power to send them to jail simply for choosing not to participate in their job anymore.
Well, first of all, I didn't say that because I wouldn't say that because I don't agree with it.
So you do. So
Torts
you
and
believe in
civil,
freeing surgeons then?
I believe in freeing everybody. Surgeons are a small sliver of that. Yes.
So they should be able to
Look,
walk
if
off mid-surgery?
no, absolutely. If you engage in activity in which you agree to take on a certain amount of liability, you will be held accountable.
Like an
Uh,
indentured servant's contract.
in No, I realize it's your favorite phrase, but it really has nothing to do with the relationship between a patient and a doctor. If you take on certain liability in an employment relationship, you may have to be held accountable. It's that way for lots of high liability employees. Police officers, for example. I worked as a cop for 11 and a half years. And others, heavy equipment operators, for example, there's a certain amount of liability
Held
there. Things
accountable
can
how?
go wrong, even among good faith operators.
How should they be held accountable?
I believe, well, in the case of police officers, I'm a big advocate for reforming the way that we manage police officers. I believe that officers ought to be required to carry their own liability insurance. Typically, officers are are held without liability, either because of the doctrine of qualified immunity at the federal level, which doesn't affect that many cases, or by their employers, depending on the particular situation. But if officers were required to carry their own liability insurance instead of at the employer level, then to the extent to which officers had a history of misbehaving or not operating in a good, safe manner, their premiums might be driven up. They could be priced out of the market. And of course, that's how we want it to work. We want market forces to be brought to bear to improve their performance in every industry, and police work should be no different. I mean, similarly, we want teachers to be subject to market forces. It's one of the reasons why, and maybe this is an area where you and I can agree, because we all wish the teachers made more money. Maybe we don't all wish that. I think that there are some societal benefits that could come with the various forces that would drive up the wages that teachers earn.
What forces?
If there was,
what would you do?
If there was if there was greater competition for teachers, all too often they're either monopolies or virtual monopolies held by public school systems. It's very difficult, of course, for private schools to compete because they don't have access to the funds that governments collect for the purpose of
there's a teacher shortage.
Secondary education.
There's a shortage of teachers. Shouldn't their wages be skyrocketing? There's a shortage of them.
Well, it's the reason that teachers' salaries are as high as they are. I'm just suggesting that if there were greater competition, because there isn't much competition.
They're not high. They're very low, and they're low despite a teacher shortage. It seems to be another instance in which your market forces
teacher wages if there were greater competition for teachers.
Does it ever give you pause that your hypothetical market forces don't actually seem to exist in the real world, and you always have to explain away why obvious instances of a market failure don't represent your beautiful
I'm sorry, there's a market failure. Do you know what those words mean?
Yeah, a market failure.
Describe to me the market failure in teacher labor markets.
Sure, I'd be happy to describe it for you. A market failure in this case would be the fact that, in spite of the fact that there's a teacher shortage and teaching is an objectively necessary profession, the market forces that provide incentives for teachers to sign up and become employed are not operating in such a way as to address the shortage. This teacher shortage has been going on and getting worse for decades now. So the market is failing to fix the problem in this sector, in spite of the fact that, again, all
right, that's not what that's not what the words market failure mean, but at least now I know what you're talking about. No, the labor market for teachers
what does market failure mean then? Sorry. Just so I know.
Yeah, market failure means that there's something that happened in the market that prevents it from clearing. That there are, in this particular case, for example, it would mean there's a whole bunch of teachers, but they can't take the jobs because maybe some law kept them from taking the jobs, and therefore the shortage continued. For some reason, supply and demand just broke down and didn't functionally operate.
I just Googled it. A market failure refers to the inefficient distribution of resources that occurs when the individuals in a group end up worse off than if they had not acted in rational self-interest. So given the fact that, in spite of the fact that it is in society's rational self-interest to have a fully employed staff of teachers, and we don't have enough teachers, and also the teachers are dramatically underpaid, and this isn't changing, it would seem like, in this case, the individuals in this group are ending worse off because the system forces at play are simply
Who is the group that's worse off?
Well, I suppose in this case would be all of us, but also the unemployed teachers.
No, that's again, no, that's not what market failure. Market failure does not mean that the world does not work the way that Vaush thinks it should work.
Wait, no. It's not working the way you're saying it should have already worked. You're saying that I'm
saying the market works the way it works. I'm not making an interesting statement.
I agree tautologically the market works the way it works. I'm just saying it doesn't work the way you think it does. Because in your logic, a lack of teachers would lead to them being paid more. This is classic supply-demand stuff, and yet it hasn't. What is causing this problem? Could it be that things are more complicated than Econ 101, and in reality there are other forces that conspire to keep people poor and miserable outside of just supply line graphs? Why is it that university professors are paid jack shit while coaches of professional teams are paid millions of dollars? In spite of the
university professors are paid jack shit? When's the last time you noticed?
I,
I'm sorry,
wait,
that's
are you
almost funny.
wait for
University professors are paid quite well compared to the amount of work that's expected out of them.
wait
I
you
can't give you that one.
are
You
you?
might be able to slide that one by some guys, but not this one.
I'm sorry.
Look,
What do you?
teachers
How much
get
do you think
paid.
How much do you think university professors are paid?
How much do I think they're paid?
Yeah. What? I'm sorry. I can Google the stuff on the fly, but in my experience between the university that I went to and the universities of people that I've talked to who went to frankly nicer universities than me, it's that like the professors who are getting paid well are like the upper tier of like adjunct, highly tenured professors who have been rotting in their chairs since the 60s. And meanwhile, underneath them, there's this
Exactly.
gigantic underclass of like younger professors and like graduate students who are desperately trying to pick up the slack. So
And why do you think that they work so hard to desperately get a position at the university?
because they're because it's a desirable job, but then they don't
Why
get
is it? You're onto something. Keep going. Why is it a desirable job?
because they because that's what they do with their degrees, because half of degrees that you get at a university are basically just getting the education to teach other people how to get the same
Okay,
degree.
that's wrong. Keep trying.
Do you think
Second
people
guess.
become university professors for the money?
People want to become university professors for a range of reasons.
Okay, I think it's generally because when people go into a highly learned field, one of the desirable end states of that is teaching other people the subject that you've learned. I don't think that people get into like professorship
Sure,
as a
absolutely.
money-making scheme for the most part.
So all of a sudden you're feeling sorry for these people that are working so desperately hard to get into the profession. I'm not sure how you connect those
Well,
dots.
a lot of those graduate students who are working desperately hard are getting like paid basically nothing or literally nothing, despite doing the work of a professor because the university is too
Right,
cheap
we're talking
to
about
hire
people
professors.
trying to get work in a university.
It's
They go to
basically
work
like an
as
unpaid
an assistant
internship for a lot of
professor.
them.
They work their butts off to try to get a tenure track position or try to
No,
get a
like
promotion to
graduate
adjunct.
students are doing the work
These
of
are very
professors.
desirable positions
Okay,
in the long
so
run.
wait, the undergraduates are doing the work of professors because the university isn't
I think you meant
hiring enough
graduate students.
professors.
You meant graduate
Yes,
students.
graduate students are doing the work of professors because the university isn't hiring enough actual professors to teach everyone. So graduate students are teaching courses or they're filling in for professors that have too many courses to manage.
Right. It's
or-
a way for university to save money. There's no question about that. It's
Okay.
also a great way for graduate students to get experience teaching and learning the material. I did it. I was happy to do it. I was lucky to get the job as a teaching assistant. And you're right. There were days when you felt like you're working your butt off and your boss, the professor, has got it made pretty good. But I don't think that anyone felt like he was underpaid.
So we're talking about, because I knew graduate students who were literally not getting paid, or the most they were getting paid was like, it would like minimum wage or something to do university
Yeah, that's
professor
right.
work. Now we agree this is because the university wants to save money. So is it possible that there are systems where the greed of the people on top supersedes what might be otherwise considered a rational economic goal? Like, say, for example, having
No,
enough
saving
teachers.
money is a rational economic goal.
Not if we don't have enough
Uh,
teachers to teach our kids in a
creating
public school at
creating
that.
an opportunity for graduate students to develop their skills is a rational goal for the graduate
Yeah,
students.
oh yeah, I'm sure them not getting
I don't
paid
feel like I
is
was
also a
particularly
rational goal.
exploited. It helped me pay my way through grad school teaching the undergrads.
So you got paid. Not all of them get paid.
A little.
How much did you
Yeah.
get paid?
I mean, it's not much. What they pay you, the way they pay you, of course, is mostly in tuition dollars. The vast majority of the payment is in, waiving the fees for
Interesting.
tuition.
So you accrue a large debt, and then people desperately work it off for lower than the wage of people doing comparable work because they have a large debt. I wonder if I've seen this before in any like history lessons. Like, I wonder if there's
Anyway,
a comparable.
back to teachers.
Yeah. So it is not economically rational to have a system
Well, of
where there is
course
a
it
teacher
is.
shortage.
The teachers are not being coerced into either taking the job or not
Oh
taking
my
the
God.
job.
So wait, hold on. What is
Teachers-
so no, wait. So we're coming up against like the fundamental misunderstanding that you have over economics, all right? People who become teachers
Oh, do school
become
me,
teachers.
please.
I'm happy to. People who become teachers do so because they want to teach, not for the wages. Nobody becomes an elementary school teacher for the money. That's insane. Nobody does that.
Nobody does it for free.
First of all, that's not even true, because there are tons of people who work in like subsidiary or side economic groups or do volunteering who would happily teach for free. But leaving that aside, yeah, we need to pay
people that do that, and there are plenty of people who become teachers because it pays pretty good and you get the summers off too.
No, hold on. No, being a teacher does not pay good, one. Two, people need to pay rent. So this is the element of coercion that I would argue is present in getting any job in a market system that we have right now. Is that
okay? That's not what the word coercion
means.
Wait,
no, it's not. Wait, stop. It's not what the word coercion means to you, because your definitions are wrapped up in a cult-like understanding of economics that has nothing to do with the real world. Coercion is just anytime you're pressured into doing something. If you're being pressured by the state or being pressured by the fact that you will starve to death if you don't do a thing, those are both forms of coercion. If you want to argue...
So you're suggesting that our entire economic system is coercion.
You've got it. And as a libertarian, if you disagree with me on that, then you're faking it and LARPing. Because any libertarian would agree with that statement right there, because
I'm sorry, did you say LARPing?
Yes, because you should believe, if you're consistent in your ideology, that all of this is coercive because government regulations set up market forces in a way that interfere with the natural functionality of the market. You arguing that this isn't coercive and that the market is working as intended with our teacher shortage is a failure not only in my ideology but yours, which makes me wonder again what kind of libertarian you are. Because I know libertarians, and they would not look at our current teacher shortage and go...
The shortage of teachers is something that you characterize as such. It's not a...
Whoa.
Now we have...
Wait, elaborate. What do you mean?
Okay. You've decided, right, as a number of people have. I'm not singling you out. I'm not saying that you're right or wrong. But the reason that you say that there's a teacher shortage is because you look at the difficulty of hiring teachers and you call that a shortage. But the truth of the matter is that those markets do clear. All I'm saying...
What do you mean clear? Wait, I'm not asking for how it's okay in your definition. I'm telling you how, like, we have a shortage. The shortage isn't being made up by socialists. The shortage is we have class sizes that are getting to 40 or 50 students per teacher, and we know empirically that this negatively affects their education. The purpose of public education is to give people an education.
So we should hire more teachers.
So why aren't they?
Why aren't... I'm sorry, who's the they?
The public school systems.
Okay. Why aren't public schools hiring more teachers? Is that the question?
Yes.
You tell me.
I'm asking you. I know why it is. It's because the administration on top, the bloated administration that sits on top of every school district, which has hired like 78 additional like meaningless secretaries and middlemen for every teacher they hire, just want to make more money. It's the same system as private ownership. At the end of the day, you have the people on top and the people on bottom.
You're saying that school systems don't hire more teachers because the administrators want to make more money.
Yes, the bloat of the administrative school system. You can Google it. The number of like administrative workers per teacher has gone up over time, and it corresponds to a higher class size. Yes, in universities too, because the administration has the power, not the teachers. The teachers don't decide whether teachers get hired. It's in the self-interest of people in power to maintain...
Notwithstanding all that silliness, let's get back to what we were talking about.
What silliness? What was silly about the administration bloat? How is that silly? That's a real thing.
It is a real thing. That's not the reason why more teachers aren't being hired, but it is a real thing.
Then why aren't more teachers?
You connect a lot of dots that don't have logical connections.
Then why
don't we go back to what you asked me 10 minutes ago?
Well, I just want to know why more teachers aren't being hired.
Why more teachers aren't being hired? Right?
Yes.
Okay. School boards make these decisions about how many teachers to hire based on the budget that they're allocated, right? The budgets have been eaten up by a number of reasons, including salaries have come up somewhat over the years. And you're right, the administrative blob that sits on top of that has eaten up a lot of the money. There's no question about that.
Okay, is that rational?
Is it rational?
In a social sense, if we are designing a functioning society, Is it rational that administrative bloat gets to eat up a larger and larger amount of the money that public school systems have, and at the same time there seems to be
Okay,
no
I think
money
what
to
you
hire
mean
new
is
teachers?
is it optimal? No, it is not optimal. What you would want in an optimal setting is for a force like competition, which is what has driven most performance excellence in the rest of the American economy, but seems not to be able to touch the American primary and
How
secondary
would
public
competition
school
fix it? What would they do?
industry. There should be competition among the providers of education so that it would drive out the bloat that you and I both agree and recognize
How
should not be there.
how would we make that happen? Like, what law or
What you
what
would
thing would make that happen?
what you would do is make the funds that are used now for only one competitor in the industry to be available for multiple competitors in the industry, so that you would have presumably multiple competitors from the private sector competing with the public sector, maybe even multiple public sector competitors, I suppose, theoretically. You ought to have competition for
We've already
providing
done
those
this.
services.
We've already done this with school voucher systems, with charter schools,
Yeah,
and
and
with
they,
private
for the
schools in
most part, they
areas.
work pretty well.
No, it doesn't. The administrative bloat and teacher shortages continue there too. It happens everywhere. Listen,
In some
the
places,
number of
but
district administrators in U.S. public
performance of the
schools.
schools themselves show that it's an improvement.
No, no, no.
And by the
That
way,
is not true.
it's absolutely
Well,
true,
no,
Raj.
it's definitely not true. Generally speaking, schools that are in nicer areas that get more money tend to have better educational outcomes for obvious reasons. But what we're talking about
Absolutely.
right now is fixing, like, schooling broadly. That means schooling in the ghetto. That means schooling in East Los
That's the
Angeles.
primary target of where we need to make improvements. I hope we agree on that.
We've tried doing these charter schools, like private school gets partial funding stuff. We've tried these before. It doesn't fix the issue. It actually worsens it, because when students have the ability to go to any school rather than the one they're currently in, all of them flock into the nice school where all the white people are in their Upper Hills neighborhood, and all of the schools that were in, like, the hood beforehand rot and die because half the students, the ones with parents who have the free time to drive them to the other school, have left, and they no longer get all the money that you would get, like, for the
Right.
students.
That's not exactly what we mean by a competitive. I appreciate you picked out an example that does happen from time to time. But what we're talking about is making the funds available for the creation of new competitors, right? Whether that's in the private school system or the public school system. We're not talking about everybody use a lottery system to cram into the nice school. What we're talking about is creating an opportunity for people to go to a competitive school in the same geographic area, perhaps, that is providing an education in the private sector or in the public sector.
Why wouldn't
And in
they
this
just
way,
have
you
the
would
same
create.
administrative
Well,
bloat?
just hold on for a minute. You're going to make me explain school choice as though you've never heard it before.
No, I have.
But,
I just explained why it doesn't work. We literally have data
well,
on school
empirically
choice.
speaking, we know that it does.
No, empirically speaking, we know
And-
that it does in the one school that gets selected within the city that all the poor people flock to, while 6 other schools in the neighboring areas
Okay.
die out. No,
Look,
we
the
have data on
performance
this.
of
I've read the
charter
data. You
schools-
can't lie to me. I've read the data on this. I know how school choice happens. This is why Republicans support it, because they want things to go better for the ultra wealthy people who will be packed up to capacity and get all the money from the state. Meanwhile,
But maybe
all the poor
you've met a
people's schools will rot.
Republican who fits. Maybe you've met a Republican who fits that. I know you like to project motivations
The
on the people
GOP
with whom
loves
you
school
disagree.
choice. They talk about it all the time.
I love school choice, and I have no tolerance for people who want to cram money into certain high-end schools. So I hope you don't mistake me for one of these Republicans
what
with
school
weird
choice
motivations
does.
that you claim.
It fills the nicest school in the area up to capacity because every parent capable of driving their student, their child, over to it will. Meanwhile, once that's at capacity, all you've done is tear money away from the schools
Okay,
that were
that
already
is not a
underperforming.
that is not a school choice program. What you're describing is a program in which people have the right to change from one public school to another. That's probably a good program too. It's got problems, whatever. I don't want to talk about that. What we're talking about is school choice. Okay, school choice is a program by which private sector and public sector can compete. Hopefully multiple private sector organizations compete to provide these services. The reason it's important, let's finally get back to the question that you asked 20 minutes ago. The reason it's important is, yes, to provide better education, including driving out the bloat that you and I both identify in lots of public schools.
We already have private schools, and they bloat as well.
Private schools typically do not bloat. They run extremely thin because they don't have much access to funds. Some of the very most high-end schools that charge, $20,000 a year in tuition, sure, I'm sure some of them have bloat.
What do you think the pay difference is between the person who owns and runs the private school, like a dean or an administrator, versus the teachers? Out of curiosity, what do you think the pay difference is? I don't actually know. I can look it up and see.
Look, I've been involved with Catholic schools and Lutheran schools, so I apologize for knowing more about this than you do. The people who run those schools...
Wait, answer the question.
Yeah, the people in those schools that I've worked with don't make a dime more than the teachers. But I'm sure you have examples where, some dean or some headmaster makes a lot more. Good for you for having such an example.
Well, I know it's a huge issue.
The competition would improve not only the education for the kids, but over time would increase the wages to the teachers. Right now, we don't have robust competition for teachers in most geographic areas. It's one school board, love it or shove it. But competition for the best teachers would drive up their wage rate.
Wait, hold on.
One of the reasons why unions are not doing their teachers any favors by precluding that competition.
How is there not a competition for teachers in private schools when there is a teacher shortage? If there's a shortage, there should be a...
The private schools don't have much access to funds. They don't have, typically, they don't have access to the public funds at all. In some places,
why would the public fund private schools?
The funds are there for education.
Okay, then go to a public school. Why should I, a taxpayer, be funding a private? Why?
Why should you be funding a public school?
Because it's a public school. Because it's part of the government that I pay taxes into. Why should those taxes go?
Why should your government? Right. You give money to your government to provide a service to your community.
Uh-huh.
Why should your government be precluded from hiring anybody that it thinks would do a good job? You don't require it to only hire public sector garbage men.
Because I don't want... Yeah, wait, hold on. I disagree with that. I hate that. I don't like the fact that the government contracts services out. But for public education, this is a different issue, because if you're like contracting garbage men, it's like, okay, whether they're public or private, they're going to get the garbage. It's kind of like they do the job or they don't. When it comes to public or private education, though,
I'm sorry, I can't give you that either. There's a wide range.
No, wait, stop, hold on, wait, please, can the fake indignation, you know perfectly well that a good job done by a public and a private garbage company or garbage service functionally remove the garbage, whereas there are massive differences in private and public education, considering that a huge number of our private education is run by religious fanatics. Like, it's not just that it's being given to a private source, it's also that the kind of education is completely different in a lot of these places.
I'm sorry, I just don't agree with any of that, including my fake indignation.
Wait, you don't agree that private schools are often religious?
That is not what you said.
That they're often religious, and that this affects their education. A lot of these are like private Catholic or Christian schools.
Yes, that's not what you said earlier.
Did you really want to argue over public versus private garbage collection services?
First of all, yes.
Okay, I really still want to know how exactly any of this is going to address the fact that we have a teacher shortage, considering the fact that private schools are already a thing and there's a shortage of teachers, and for some reason there isn't like this big competition that you say should be happening. Where's the money for it? The
money exists in the public school system, right? the communities typically collect money to provide primary and secondary education for the kids, right? So don't make me explain what you already know. The communities collect money for this purpose. They then typically allocate it to public school systems. This is different than the way a lot of other services, yes, like garbage men. I'm sorry if that's for some odd reason a weird example for you, but a lot of other services, the government doesn't just limit itself to providing this service in the public sector. There's no economic reason. I don't think there's any philosophical or ethical reason why the business of education, the service of education, should be provided by public sector employees instead of on a contractual basis. In particular, if you would open yourself up to, I don't mean you, I apologize for that reference in the second person, if the school systems, if the people with the money, I should say, if the communities would open themselves up to the idea of contracting either public sector employees or private sector employees to providing this service, they would create competition to provide that service. This would improve the quality of education, of course. It would also create competition for the best teachers, particularly if the teacher unions would allow for the competition to take place on the basis of teacher quality. Right now, unions typically preclude teachers from being evaluated on performance, just the same way police unions preclude such evaluations. And they're doing teachers or police officers no favors by precluding this type of competition. This would raise the wages for the teachers. It would potentially bring in more teachers to the system, but more importantly, it might bring in a different batch of teachers if the wage rates were higher.
Right now, there are people who want to be teachers, who are qualified to be teachers, and there are public schools that have too few teachers. Why are those public schools not hiring? We already answered this. It's because of the administrative bloat. We already answered this question. It doesn't have anything to do with unions. It has to do with the people in charge of how the money gets spent, spending money on themselves. We literally already answered this. The reason the money isn't there is because they're spending it on themselves. That's the administrative bloat. The only way to address this is by axing that administration, making sure the money goes to where it needs to go. This is a public school.
And the way you do that, agreed. And the way you do that is by allowing organizations to compete to provide this service. It's the way that it happens in every other business. It ought to happen in the business of teaching as well.
No. People are geographically locked to their schools. Parents work.
They are now, but they shouldn't.
No. We live in a thing called space-time. We can't teleport. Parents work.
No, but we could create more schools in those areas if we had competition.
We can't. No. Creating more schools just splits students between the existing ones and makes it worse for the existing institutions. You can't just create 5 schools.
How? Why does that?
Because public schools are paid based on the number of students that go there.
Right. Well, how would it make those schools worse?
Because they would have less money.
They would have less students. So how does the ratio of money to students change?
Because the upkeep on the building and the administrative bloat that we agree is a problem doesn't scale proportionally to the number of the students. If you cut the student base in half, the costs of running the school does not get cut in half. Now you just have a half-populated school where the grade sizes are half for everyone and students wander empty halls listening to their footsteps echo because some idiot thought that it would be a good idea to open up a private school half the size 3 blocks down that, again, not enough people are going to because you're building too many schools for the area that you're in. And you're locked geographically because parents work in the morning and not every area has a school bus that's going to run 47 minutes down a highway to get people from one part of town to another. This is a fixable problem, but you only want to fix it in ways that are your beloved market, the market that you worship and preach for. This is not how you do things. You do it with regulation. The administrative bloat, that's a regulatory problem, baby. Axe that shit. And you know what? Public schools are not the only institution where the main problem is the greed of the people on top who get to make the decisions. Because as it turns out, competition between corporations also historically has not led to massive increases in wages.
I would argue that the main reason for administrative bloat in school systems is more incompetence than something evil.
No, they want to make more money for themselves.
There.
The administrative bloat is just the administrative state, the regulatory system, wanting to make more money for itself. And the regulations need to be curtailed appropriately. Competition won't fix this. You know what competes?
Competition would absolutely
Target
fix
and
this.
Walmart.
You don't see this in any other
Target
industry.
and
Why
Walmart.
do you see it in schools?
Target and Walmart compete, okay? Now, what are workers at Target and Walmart paid?
What? I'm sorry. You're asking me what the wage rate is in the Kmart?
Yeah, what are workers paid at Target and Walmart, the two primary competing big box stores in the United States?
By the hour? Where are we going? Help me out.
How much are they paid?
Throw me an answer. So
how much are they paid? They're competing. They're competing on a huge scale. The amount of money going on between Target and Walmart exceeds that of like European medieval wars.
Right,
I mean,
and they are an excellent example of organizations that are run ruthlessly efficiently. Those people don't have much bloat in them at all.
Oh, really?
Except for my point.
Oh, really? So there's nobody who works at Target then who's getting paid a lot of money? No bloat? Not even at the top?
I'm sure there are, but those organizations are known for running with efficiency that is absolutely ruthless. That's the reason most people are mad at them, not because they're run with bloat.
Efficiency for who?
I'm sorry, you and I were just discussing administrative bloat, were we not?
Yeah, here, hold on. Wealth of
Walmart and Kmart.
family. Hold on. It's Target. Hold on. The Walton family fortune is broken down as such. 66.9 billion, 66 billion. The total fortune between all of them,
are you going to try to convince me that the Walmart family is the administrative bloat? That the Walmart family is actually...
The fact that you don't already know that is why you're a cultist. Yes, 191 billion to one family? That's worse than any administrative bloat in any public system in any country on the planet. Are you kidding? I bet you I couldn't find that kind of bloat in a single government office in fucking China. Jesus Christ.
I see how you win your arguments. You change the definition of your terms
that's you.
as you go.
This is why you're religious. Because to you, bloat can only mean wasting money on anything but the people who own it. In your mind, bloat can only be when the working man gets more. Bloat can only mean the inefficiency that occurs when workers get paid more.
Money going to the administrators of the schools.
Yeah,
I didn't say that. I was working with your definition.
What is bloat to you, if not an enormous amount of money being concentrated in a tiny place while all the people who work at Walmart are on food stamps? Tell me, what is bloat? How is that 191 billion? How is that not bloat? It's pretty big. Pretty big amount of money. You stack that up in $100 bills and you would fill like a house. That's a lot. You couldn't even eat that many $100 bills.
It's a tremendous amount of money.
Bloat.
Is that the definition of bloat?
Yeah, it's waste. It's wasteful. All that going to one person, that's ridiculous. Imagine if you had a buffet.
Okay, is that the working definition of bloat?
This is the Walmart buffet, all right? Now we're going to rationally distribute the food we have in these plates. All right, everyone gets exactly one Frito chip. Okay, everyone gets one little Dorito. Okay, and now we're going to build a fucking warehouse to fill entirely with caviar, so one family can stare at it and rub their bellies appreciatively. Is this rational to you?
I'm sorry, I thought we were talking about bloat.
I am. They're going to get very bloated if they ever ate all that caviar, which they won't because it's too much for one family, which is kind of my point.
They have made a tremendous amount of money.
Of bloat, yeah, a lot of bloat.
Look,
like the administrative state.
I do believe...
Like the Communist Party of China.
I do believe that if other organizations had seen the direction that Walmart was going in decades earlier than they actually did, and had moved into those markets, to your point, I'm trying to agree with you, even though you've made a completely different point than what we were discussing with administrative bloat in the schools.
I'm still talking about
I'll go with you
bloat.
to this new place, and I'll try to agree with you. Yes, it's a tremendous amount of money that they made. If other organizations had been able to recognize the tremendous fortunes that family would make by running Walmarts and the other types of stores under the Walmart family empire. If other organizations had been able to recognize that and had moved in to compete with them earlier, they might have been able to participate in some of that vast wealth, what you call bloat.
Then they could have had the bloat. Yeah. You want me to look up Target's
yeah, the bloat would have been
wealth?
spread around. The bloat is what we call profit, by the way. It does have an actual word in the literature. You don't have to use the word bloat if you don't want
like
to.
the administrative, like the administrative bloat. The bloat I'm talking about is money that goes to the public school system.
No, it's very different. It needs to be treated very differently because
we're talking inefficiencies with the administration for the public schools. It's bloat because instead of hiring teachers, which we need as a society, instead they're spreading all the money around the administrative block. And here, while Walmart employees Walmart employees are all on like fucking welfare, you would have a
system that would drive down that bloat, potentially drive up the wages of teachers, improve the quality of education, improve the lives of teachers, probably improve the batch of teachers applying for those jobs. Same thing in Walmart. If the competition had been awake earlier than recently, there would have been greater service in those
how much are people paid at Target?
And that would have made our lives better too.
So how much are people paid at Target, the competitor?
How much are people? I'm sorry, I just don't understand the question.
What are you so deaf to the needs of the working class that this question is nonsensical to you? How much are you paid working at Target?
The starting, I don't work for Target, so I assume this is some sort of metaphor. You're asking me how much people make at Target.
Okay, so the nice thing is that workers...
Why don't you tell me, what's the starting wage rate at Target?
You know, it varies by state, because it turns out...
I'm sure it does.
It's basically just the state's minimum wage.
Don't keep me in suspense. What do people make at Target?
It's the minimum wage. They both get paid nothing. So what is competition doing?
They get paid nothing.
Uh-huh. So what's the competition doing? How is the competition fixing this issue? Where in America could I look and find these vaunted examples of regular workers getting paid large wages because of competition? It's not at Chipotle. It's not at any of the fast food places, even though they compete like all the time. Fast food places are literally fighting over franchises block by block. I mean, that's like an ongoing battle, and yet all their workers are minimum wage. Where could I find
these are extremely low wage jobs.
So there we go. So you're okay with them not being paid more because you think they're beneath you.
I'm sorry. Your projection of ethics, I don't know where you come off.
So why aren't they getting paid more?
They're in a low wage job?
Yeah, that's tautological. I'm asking you, despite competition.
No, you're asking me why they are in low wage jobs?
No. I'm asking you why the competition in their field is not resulting in higher wages.
Than
minimum wage, the lowest amount they could possibly be paid.
You mean the lowest wage they could legally be paid?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
That is what possible means in the context of like legal payments. Yes, I suppose they could be
right, but you made it sound like an economic concept, which you mean is a legal concept.
Yeah, I agree that corporations would pay us all less if they could get away with it. So why are they not getting paid more? Because their industry is so competitive.
They are getting paid. You're right. They're getting paid more than if there was absolutely no competition.
They're being paid minimum
very,
wage.
Very low wage jobs. They don't make very much money.
No. They are not getting paid more. No. You misunderstand. Again, they're not getting paid more than they would be if there was no competition. They're getting paid the lowest amount. It's the minimum wage. So in spite of the competition...
It's the legal minimum, Vouch. It's the legal minimum.
That is the law. Yes, that is true.
Yes.
So they are so where is the example you could point to of competition raising wages for a bunch of workers? I know this works for like
the previous job that I had as a police officer.
No. Wait.
There was no competition.
Hold. Okay, I'm uninterested in the salaries of cops, save for how I could cut them. I'm interested in regular people. I'm sorry,
you were asking me where are these examples of people that get paid more because of competition?
Here are fields where I think that competition might actually positively affect wages for workers. Tech fields of very high specialty or skill, though not all of them, because teaching is one of those fields and it's not working for them. Cops, because they're of a different class character. Probably anything that involves like a high degree or like a specific role in society outside of just like wages that you could find or corporations you could roll between. So for something that
Yeah.
you could just pick up like
Research
normally out of high
suggests
school.
that the majority of work in the United States, majority of employment in the United States is subject to significant competition. And yes, the wages are higher than they otherwise would be if there weren't competition.
Then why are so many of them getting paid minimum wage even in fields where there is robust competition?
Because those are, I mean, you're acting like you don't understand this.
I do understand it. I'm a Marxist. I'm fully aware of this.
Jobs
you have to jump through the hoops to
require very little skill. There are plenty of people that can do that.
Okay.
Supply and demand in the labor markets has come up with numbers that are very low. The minimum wage rates are set by state law that artificially raise those artificially relative to what supply and demand would suggest.
So they can eat. Yeah,
and
that's
so
good.
The wages are in effect at the bottom end, all set by the state.
Oh, that's interesting. So it's almost like the only force that was capable of elevating the wages of these common workers was the state and not your vaunted competition. You've made my argument for me. I agree. You're trying to convince like a regular worker, and you're like, hey, listen, there are two roads you could go, sonny boy. You could go with the state, which has raised your wages, or you can go with my way, which would remove that protection and you would make less. And you deserve to make less because the market wants to pay you less. And you might make more due to competition, but also your job is very low skill, so probably not. Do you think they're going to go with me or with you? Because historically, this is a winning battle for me. The minimum wage, like, this is settled science, you know? It's just...
It is settled science that minimum wage raises wage rates for the employed. That's not science. That's just mere observation.
Observation's a big part of science. Yeah, that's a pretty huge part of it. And considering the fact that right now people are struggling to pay rent,
how many people are unemployed because of
we know the unemployment rate. The unemployment rate has held steady and not been affected by minimum wage increases. We have plenty of data on this. Like literally, you can Google effects of minimum wage. No, you can literally Google effects of minimum wage. Okay. No. Please, you're never too old to educate yourself. You can Google, because, like, I don't know, go with the data with you. You should know this. The effect of minimum wage increases on employment. And you can get an empirical answer. You might as well argue with the sun rising in the east and setting in the west. It's not something I have any interest in litigating. Look, with reality being what it is, and people barely being able to afford groceries and rent as it is now, why on earth would I ever accept an economic system where you're trying to sell me on the idea of, well, these people who are already struggling should just struggle more because the market has decided their wages are actually worth less than what the government has set them at a minimum level? Like, why should these people suffer more? Should the suffering here not be on the part of the bourgeoisie, the bloat, the Walmart family with 191 billion who sit there and waste it all?
We know empirically, we know because of research, and yes, you're right, we know because of theory, that the way to improve lives most is by allowing transactions to take place based on free will, on a voluntary basis, and for the contracting of these transactions to take place at prices and with terms that are set based on free will and the opportunity to make decisions for ourselves. This is how we know that not only markets clear, but do so in a fashion that maximizes the benefit to both parties.
And yet we have a teacher shortage while the administrative bloat continues, and we have Walmart workers on welfare while the family who runs it...
because Vaush labels it as such, okay?
Okay, so this is what I mean. This is your religion. Everybody in education agrees. We know that students get worse educational outcomes with these class sizes growing the way they have. You just don't give a shit. It's like a death cult that I'm listening to. Your God is your stupid Econ 101 graphs, and you're desperately trying to line a transparency film of it up to reality. And where it doesn't match, you smudge it a little bit, or you deliberately misinterpret the data. Like, seriously, because I've defined... Wait, do you think I just coined the term teacher shortage? Like, that's a thing that a socialist, just came up with?
Why don't we start over again?
As opposed to, like, the unanimous decision of everyone involved in education that, holy shit, this is like a worsening problem. Why would you even say that? You're indicating to me that you don't believe social problems are real unless they conform in some way to the disparity between your graphs and reality.
Social problems are real. the fact that we have crappy education in primary and secondary school systems in the United States is arguably the biggest policy failure in America for the entire century. And it is no coincidence that that bad performance, and bad by the standards of other nations, bad performance by the standards of the rest of the U.S. economy, is aligned in these areas where we don't have any competition, and indeed preclude legally the competition by hoarding the money that the public collects for the purposes of these services and allocates them only to public
the nations that have better schooling than us. The nations that have better schools than us have public schooling systems. The countries that do better on us in educational formats are not doing so because of the robust private schooling system. These countries have better public education.
In many examples, that is true. Not uniformly, by the way, but in many examples, that is true. But our schools, by any measure, Vaush, stink.
I completely agree.
Every student, but at the low end, subjectively speaking, they stink. But objectively, if you measure it relative to performance in the past, you measure the low-end schools relative to the high-end schools, we have huge problems. The only way that we're going to get through that is not by trying the same things over and over again and doubling down on the idea that competition doesn't matter and that precluding competition in this one particular sector of the U.S. economy and saying, teachers, well, this is the place where we're not going to impose or allow competition.
The idea, listen, your model, this is not
in America
up for debate.
It's illogical.
We have
Maybe you're the
countries,
one who doesn't care.
Mate,
maybe you're the one that's stuck on a religion.
We have
you're the one
countries,
who's not willing to try anything new.
We have countries that have done this better. All I'm doing is pointing at them. Better investment in public education, some laws that do a better job of making sure the money goes towards...
You're suggesting we should have more money?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's silly.
Wait, no, please. We're so close. We're so close. We do not. We're so close. Please,
better at all.
Please.
We're not getting a good bang for our buck.
Please. Okay, listen. You can't just dump money into these systems. We need proper incentive structures, and then we put more money into them. That's what they do in countries with better educational outcomes.
Now you're onto something.
Yes.
How do you want to
So the incentive structure is clearly not competition because, and you still haven't answered this because you know that you can't. We have a model right now where A, there's a teacher shortage, B, there are teachers who want to work, and C, there's a general discontent with the quality of education across the country, meaning that in any rational system, by your estimation, these administrative states that are operating in the school district should be cutting their own funding to hire more teachers because that will increase the quality of their school, which will mean that more students will go there, people will be happier, they'll get more money from the state, blah, blah, blah.
And why don't they?
Because that's not how economics works. Because not everything is solvable with a 101 graph. Other countries have done this.
No, you're saying that these organizations that are so well motivated and so well-meaning aren't doing the right thing.
I'm not saying they're well-meaning at all. Have you been listening? I'm saying that the administrative state at the top... So you're saying that these
school boards are evil. I would agree with you in some cases.
Yes, I agree.
They need to be subjected to competition.
No, you're not listening.
How are you going to correct them if not through competition?
We have competition.
What are you going to just appoint someone smarter
we already did this
them?
whole thing with big box stores and with fast food, and I was like, so why isn't the competition doing anything? And you were like, well, because actually, competition is doing something, we just can't see it. It's invisible. Like, this is like clown economics, okay? Regulation. What raises the wage of the average worker? Regulation. What improves schooling? I don't know.
True.
Take a look at Europe. Regulation.
I'm sorry, regulation does not raise the wage rate of the average worker. The wage rate of the average worker is
then
driven by the ratio of capital to labor.
Exactly is the federal minimum wage?
You
literally just said that fast food workers would probably be making less without the minimum wage, which I agree with, by the way. So the minimum wage then, as a corollary,
not in every case, but in many cases, yes. Right.
So it raises, that's the minimum wage raises.
I'm sorry, you can't just hop from one misstatement to another.
No, so wait, hold on. Does the minimum wage...
You just said that regulation increases the average wage rate in the United States.
Yes. with the
That
minimum
is an
wage.
absolutely silly statement.
Yeah, you just wait. So
the
you literally wait.
You're wait. You're.
I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. Really quickly, sir. Mike,
and
Mike, hold on.
technology.
There's a serious issue here. Do you have a carbon monoxide detector in your house? All right.
Yes.
Okay. Can you check it for me right now? Because the statements you are making are consistent with severe oxygen deprivation. You just said that the wages of fast food workers would be lower were it not for the minimum wage. And I am agreeing that a regulation,
at the bottom end.
If you want to check how many workers in the U.S. are paid at or within $1 of the minimum wage, which is a huge number of them, you can. It's a significant percent. If we are in the agreement then that without the minimum wage they would be paid less, then the corollary argument is that yes, that regulation, the minimum wage, does in fact increase wages. Because otherwise they'd be paying less. They would be paid less otherwise. So now they're getting paid more. We don't have any evidence to indicate that the increase in minimum wage increases unemployment.
You seem like a nice fella. You seem like you mean well, and you seem like you're willing to work hard.
You can't answer this.
But the idea that the wage rate in the United States has come up over time because of regulation is just not a statement.
Well, we haven't raised the federal minimum wage in like 30 years. But yeah, you said that the minimum wage increased the wages of the fast food workers, which means that without it,
some of the fast food workers, those at the very bottom, yes.
What do you mean some at the very bottom of fast food workers? What is the robust, what exactly is the spectrum of prestige and leadership in the fast food space? Are we talking going to corporate? Because I mean just like the job you get when you give a paper there. Like, I'm not talking about corporate. That's a whole different thing. You're not working in fast food if you're at corporate.
No, I'm sorry. I can't let you just change topics.
Well,
you just said a moment ago that wages in the United States have come up because of regulation. No, wages in the United States have come up because of the accumulation of capital and technology. Period. Okay. Full stop.
Okay, hold on. If we got rid of all minimum wages in the United States,
can we at least agree on the basics of economics?
If we got rid of all minimum wages in the United States, if you can imagine all the wages in the US and then we get rid of the minimum wage all across the board, it's all free now, okay? Would people's wages on average go down or up? And follow up, why the fuck would they go up? Like a corporation would go, "Oh, this tech worker who we pay $25 an hour, we no longer have to pay him a minimum of $7.25. I guess we'll pay him $30 an hour." Why? What would it go down or up?
For those individuals who are directly affected by the minimum wage. Okay, let's be clear, because I know you like to. A minute from now, you're going to say that's not what you said.
Okay.
For the people who are affected by the minimum wage law, if you were to get rid of the minimum wage law, for many of them, their wages would go down.
Okay. So they would just starve.
Is that what you really believe?
Well, considering that people can barely afford rent and groceries on minimum wage, and then they would then be paid less than that, yes. You have to buy the food.
Yes.
Yes.
What is it you're asking me?
Okay, so we've arrived at a moral conundrum now, which is, should we let millions of people starve for no reason? Now, this is a tough one, I admit, okay? I'm a sociology major, not a philosophy major, and I'm only an undergrad at that, but I think I'm willing to give this one a shot. I think we shouldn't let them starve. I think they should make enough money to live.
I think so too. How's that?
Well, what if we, hypothetically, had a law that made it so everyone who worked could get enough money to live?
That would be interesting. There can be no such thing, but that is a very interesting little idea.
How can that How can that not be?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I hurt your feelings?
No, now I'm wondering if my carbon monoxide is right. Just how can so there are literally countries that have this, including the United States, in the form of a minimum wage. How can we not do that?
If you were to take away the minimum wage, you would increase employment or decrease employment?
No. I asked you, why can't we just guarantee everyone who works gets paid enough?
Well, you can increase the minimum wage. You can certainly do that. You can increase it as high as you want. I don't know what the logical reason would be that you would stop it at $12 an hour or stop it at $15. I mean, why wouldn't you go to $20 an hour?
Yeah, why not? It's 15 here in Seattle, and people are still struggling to make ends meet. Why not 20?
Exactly. So why don't we make it? I don't know. 30 seems reasonable to me.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, I'm glad we came to a consensus on this.
What you don't think that would have any effect on the economy or employment?
If you want me to be like real for a second, like actually, I think that if we kept pace with the amount of worker
I've been waiting
power
for 2 hours.
and proportion, well, I've been serious this whole time. I'm being facetious like right now, but if we kept par with the amount of proportional worker pay that we would have been getting before like Reagan era anti-union and anti-worker deregulation, then I think that
Proportional, I mean, slide that one by me again. Proportional what?
the amount of money that the average American worker made proportional to the total GDP, the total amount of economic activity going on in the country, used to be much higher than it is now, and it grew at a consistent rate. Then deregulation took effect. I mean, obviously, the whole economic history of the past 100 years in America is complicated, but it's mostly Reagan's fault. And as a product of that, I think that you could probably make a decent argument for the federal minimum wage being something around $21 an hour, with allowances for it being higher in denser populations, New York City, Seattle, Los Angeles, blah, blah. Now, there are some difficulties with this. Well, first of all, we have data on the relationship between the minimum wage and unemployment. And again, like, you can look it up if you want. It's just not an issue.
Unemployment, Vaush. What do you think that would do to employment? What do you think that would do for the employment numbers
I just
at
answered
those
this.
particular organizations?
I just answered this question.
All right, does it go up or down? What happens?
It would stay the same, which is what it's always done with regards to unemployment.
You don't think that those
wage.
Businesses would hire anybody that they're not hiring now?
Well, see, that's the thing. I wasn't finished with my initial statement. There would be some issues in like the flyover states. See, there are many parts of this country where the economic extraction has been so severe from companies like Walmart, by the way, that there's not really a logical way.
What's economic extraction?
There is an enormous amount of wealth in places like New York and California, and a lot less in many Midwestern states. In large
No, I know that. What's extraction? What's extraction? Use the word extraction. What's that mean?
We have national or transnational corporations like Walmart that make an enormous amount of money by monopolizing the distribution of goods in areas of the country where there aren't really many alternatives, but the money doesn't stay in the city where they buy their goods from Walmart from. It goes to the Walmart Corporation.
You're saying that they monopolize them. How do they do that?
Because the nature of markets under capitalism is towards monopoly and always has been outside market regulation. You can actually take a look. You can actually take a look.
Let's talk about Walmart.
No,
you're saying that Walmart.
Wait, stop. You keep trying to distract me, but I'm not done educating you in the minimum wage thing. You can actually take a look at the monopolization of basically every single like major industry in American history, and every time, like literally every time.
Is your example?
Literally every time, like you can take a look at railroads, you can take a look at agriculture, you can take a look at mining, you can like everything, and it's like, oh wow, tendency towards monopoly. Oh wow, tendency towards monopoly every time, even out in the Wild West where the federal government had no power, every time, because that's how markets work, baby. You need regulation to break them up, which is when we broke them up, by the way. Those were the times that we had demonopolization. It was when the government stepped in. Now, I don't think a $21 an hour minimum wage would be perfect fit in every part of the country. I think some allowances would have to be made along
Walmart is
other
not
policies,
an example of a monopolistic provider making money by driving up prices the way monopolies do, right? I hope we can agree that that's not what's going on in Walmart markets. I'm curious about this extraction theory, because I think it dovetails with your theory that we ought to have a government that is empowered to
Wait,
take money away
the
from rich
Midwest
people and
is
giving it to
wait.
poor
Have you
people.
been the Midwest? Small American towns are dying because they used to have like a town square with vibrant local businesses that sold stuff a little bit higher at a cost, sure, but they also paid their workers more, and the money stayed in the town, meaning that there was more local investment.
Right. Do you
But
know
then
how
Walmart
monopolies
shows
make money?
no, please. If you spend money at a store and that store is a single store that's owned by a mom and pop and it's in your town, the money stays in your community, right? Except what goes to taxes. But when Walmart comes in and underprices everyone, which they can do, in the short term, it's beneficial because all this stuff is all cheap, right? But in the long term, the money gets siphoned out because the Walmart doesn't keep the money in the community. It goes to the corporation. And over the long term, you see like this incredible economic extraction from areas where there aren't enough people to like build out beyond that Walmart. Like, this is a studied economic phenomena. This is more poor people whose lives you don't care about because it's an argument against your economic
Vouch,
theory.
vouch. Look, I've been respectful of you. You know, from time to time, you have been fairly respectful of me, not consistently, but I got to be honest with you, bud.
Mm-hmm.
Not going to put up with you telling me about whom I, you know, for whom I care. I've worked my ass off through 2 careers in public service. Maybe you don't like my philosophy. Maybe you don't like me personally. Maybe you don't like the Libertarian Party. Maybe you don't like libertarianism. Maybe you don't like a whole lot of things. But, and we're going to close here, okay, bud? Here's the truth of the matter. I've worked my ass off to try to do right by people that I call brothers and sisters for no other reason than the fact that they're fellow Americans. I suspect that you feel the same way. We care about people. You do, I do. One of the ways that I've made a little bit of a contribution toward trying to help people's lives be better is by learning how the economy works, trying to make a contribution toward helping public policy be better in the United States at the federal government level and with multilateral agencies too. I probably didn't make the headway that I had dreamed that I would when I moved to Washington to try to make the world a better place. I always dreamed of being a police officer because I wanted to be able to help people, I wanted to be able to respond to calls, help people do the right thing. I was a registered libertarian while I was a police officer. I worked my ass off. Did I make all the progress that I wish I had in terms of making the police department a great place? Not all the progress I wish I had had. Did I have a number of arguments with my boss and fellow officers about the way I wish things work and the way they actually do work? Sure. Am I proud of my work as a public servant? Yes, I am. Did I work in an area that had some bourgeoisie and some poor people? Yes, I did. And yes, I spent most of my effort in the areas where there weren't a lot of people with a lot of money. But I worked my ass off for them, Vouch. And for me to sit here and let you tell me that I don't care about my fellow Americans, I'm sorry. That's not just a silly statement, it's an insulting one. And it does not reflect well on your character. It frankly doesn't reflect well on your intellect. You should know me better than that. And that's fine. I've appreciated the time that you've given me, and I've appreciated the time that I've had with you. I think that, you know, maybe some of your viewers you know, benefited from our exchange. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I don't know. But I'm grateful for the opportunity to have been in your show. Thank you very much for that. But I think we're done now.
Oh, do I get a closing statement, or was that was good? That was a good ending for you?
It was a good ending for me. The last thing you said was just blatantly false and insulting. If you want to say something else,
Could I say something less insulting potentially?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Genuinely, I've enjoyed the conversation. Look, it's not a matter of malice. It's just, I really do think that your economic system is destructive, and there is a limit to the number of, like, you know, oh yeah, here's my fantasy solutions I can hear, before thinking it's an almost like negligent disregard for the consequences of what you believe, right? But it's not a malice thing. I'm glad that you participate in our political process, and I think it's admirable that you've spent your life adhering to these principles. Even if I disagree with the principles, I like people who adhere. You know, it's not my goal to insult, though I obviously do a lot. It's just like, I feel like what you're experiencing right now, the displeasure with my behavior, is just an infinitesimal fraction of the suffering that your policies would inflict upon millions of people, some of whom I care quite a bit about. And that I will always see that when you speak, you know, there is no civil engagement outside of that context. This will always be a pale facsimile of what happens when we actually have the chance to do what we think of doing. And that's what gets me. I mean, I don't think there is civility in this context, really. There's only truth and ego and passion. And I enjoy those conversations.
Yeah, well, I agree with you. In that sense, you know, I think that we oddly see eye to eye on that. I think socialism is a cancer, and the faster that we eradicate it, the better off our economy will be, and the better off the development of our culture will be, both at a community level, at a national level, and around the world. That's how I feel about it.
Well, you know, we'll see which comes first: total deregulation or a workers' revolt. Though, if your definition of socialism includes any and all kinds of regulations, then I don't think you're ever going to be happy. Everything gravitates back towards that, even attempts at creating some kind of deregulatory paradise.
Anyway, thanks a lot. I'm really grateful for your time.
Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You too. I'll see you later.
Well, that was a wacky conversation. Oh my god, yeah, so we didn't... Okay, to be clear, I know I said, like, bourgeoisie there a couple of times. Nothing that I said there was socialist, by the way. I was like, that was like basic liberal economics. You know what I mean? You know, it's not, you can't even talk about socialism. I was trying to get there with the indentured servitude thing because, you know, it's the fundamental logic of coercion and capital maintains its character from slavery all the way to what we have here. It's just different iterations of the same relationship. You know, obviously not all of them are equally bad. Slavery is a hell of a lot worse than this, but it's about the underlying analysis. And then, but I couldn't even get past that, right? He came really close to biting the bullet in coercion. Yeah, I couldn't get him to bite the bullet in anything because he would like patronize me, right? He would like, I would like be like, okay, you have to bite this bullet or move off it. And he would like pause for a second. He'd be like, well, I know I don't need to explain to you that what you just said is a bunch of bupkis. It's like, all right. I feel like I did okay. Yeah. So to be clear, right? Because like I couldn't even advance beyond like my liberal, like the baseline liberal economic positions here. The main issue is just that like libertarian economics is insane. It's completely insane. Like I think the clearest example of this was the case with undocumented workers, where in spite of the fact that we have a worker shortage, and in spite of the fact that undocumented laborers are paid less than citizens who work at those agricultural facilities, there's still a shortage. It's like, what? How does that make sense, right? Like, how can there be a shortage when we have literally less than minimum wage, no worker protections labor? And it's like, well, the answer is because, like, it's not always that simple, right? It's not always that simple. The supply-demand graph doesn't explain everything. It explains some stuff, but not all of this. Why are you respectful towards the end? He was anything but respectful towards you. You need to tell us truth. Because I feel like I'd already made my point. You know, I don't actually take pleasure in being mean, I guess, like outside the context of making an argument. I'm okay with in the context of making an argument, it's fine. But like every time I would make a point, he would like run away from it, like the teacher shortage thing, and he was like, "Well, shortage by your definition." It's like, fucking bro, something like half of all public schools started the last school year with less than the number of teachers they should have had. Like it's insane, and the administrative blow, right? At the end of the day, like the fundamental rule of politics, not economics, but politics, is that the people in charge will make short-sighted decisions that they perceive to be beneficial for themselves. People aren't perfectly rational in the sense that they're not like, you know, omniscient gods, and they're also not economically rational in the sense that they always pursue their economic self-interest. For example, plenty of teachers get teaching jobs knowing that they're really difficult and low-paying because they want to be like an inspiration to young minds. I think that's great. I think that's a human spirit that needs to be cultivated. People who love something so much that they'll work for it, even if it's not like the best choice for them, that's passion. That's good. But yeah, no, it all falls apart. The Walmart thing as well. if you've ever wondered what happened to like middle America or whatever, you can experience this. Drive from one coast of the United States to another, okay? Just drive across it and stop in every town along the freeway. And the process that I described has happened in thousands of towns. This is also what happens to the black community, by the way. It's why they burned down Tulsa. Remember Tulsa, the Tulsa race riot, the Tulsa massacre when they bombed it? It's because in a community that doesn't have a lot of money, the best way to keep things up and up is to keep the money in the community. You don't want it to be siphoned out, right? Because, like, obviously, if you've got a small town in middle America with, like, 4,000 people in it, if you spend money on goods and services locally, but the money it keeps in that community, the consequence of that is that the money stays there. Some get siphoned off from taxes. It's not perfect, blah, blah, right? But, like, the money stays there. And what that means is that, you know, you paid for a burger at this place, but now the guy who owns the burger shop has that money, and that burger shop guy is now going to spend his money on the local tool store, and that it stays in there. That happens too in that's black nationalism. What I'm describing right now is black nationalism. Tulsa was the big black nationalist experiment. What happens if black people make an effort to build a local economic faction and keep the money in their community so it doesn't get siphoned off by like big, largely white-owned corporations during a time of segregation, right? What happens is you get firebombed. you get slaughtered. That's what happens. But like, or alternatively, Walmart comes in, underprices everything locally. Everyone's like, whoa, I can get everything for cheap now. But whoa, it turns out when you spend money at Walmart, Walmart doesn't then spend that money back in the community. It goes back into the Walmart family's fucking corporate coffers. So yeah, you just kind of burn it out. And that's why a bunch of Walmart employees are on food stamps and welfare and shit. The government subsidizes their low pay. I grew up when the first Walmart opened in my home state of Maine. Walmart literally killed all the local groceries, electronic store suppliers, and even a lot of farmers markets. Now there's Target and Walmart, basically nothing else. Yeah, this is the reason why, like, right now, you couldn't do a $20 an hour minimum wage in, like, middle America, but you could if it wasn't for that damage, because wages used to be proportionally higher in those communities than they are now, even though they were paying more for their stuff because they didn't have, like, the economy of scale with Walmart. They kept it in. Like, it stayed in the community. It's difficult to explain because a lot of you guys, even I can't, it's difficult to understand, but it used to be, man, when you wanted to get a job, like in a lot of small towns, you would go to the local town square and there would be a guy who ran a restaurant there who your parents have known for 35 years. And he would go, you know, like, you're finally old enough to work, huh? Yeah, here you go. Throw you a rag and you get on it. That sounds like a stereotype. That sounds like a joke. Like, oh, right, okay, that's our imagined... No, that actually kind of did happen. There's a reason that we associate that era with that. And it's just because it hadn't been subjected to this, like, race to the bottom, like, you know, like hyper, you know, efficiency, drain the wealth bullshit that we've seen today. Yeah, it's just, yeah. Okay, Vosh, but a lot of those places were sustained by anchor businesses like factories. Well, that's the Rust Belt. That's not so much small town thing. That's like the Rust Belt. That's a separate issue, yeah. That's manufacturing moving out, you know. But these things can be solved, right? Like, all the money is here. Not only is all the money here, more money is here than ever before. The total amount of economic activity that's running through this country is so high. Everyone could live like a king. Huey Long, every man a king, every woman a king, no queens. All right? That's gay. We could have that. But it's not just a matter of the wages you get. It's also where the money goes. That's the important part. When money stays in a local community, it circulates in a local community, and that keeps a local community healthy. It's just a localized form of colonialism. The entire history of economics has been a process of colonialism. Primitive accumulation at first, where you invade with armies and you enslave entire races of people and you have them mine up the diamonds, or they get the rubber trees or whatever, they get the cocoa, they get the tobacco. And then you have neocolonialism, where we just use our economic power to force other countries into being subservient to our business interests. But even locally, this happens. This is one of the reasons why you can buy a house for $5 and a blowjob in like a good portion of Kansas. But also there's no work there. And then if you move to the city to find work, and there is work in the cities, mind you, the rent's also $4,000. It's completely fucked up. The money's in the wrong place, and this can be fixed. Not easily. It's a difficult process. It's not simple, and I'm not economically educated enough to have like a specific set of policies on how to fix this. But I've seen educated people talk about this tendency and how it could be fixed, and I know things can fix it. You know, it just takes a bit of elbow grease. It can be done, and it's worth fighting for. The death of Middle America, man. It's not just Middle America. It's like all over America, right? But Middle America, it's yeah. I lived in a small town in West Virginia that was exactly this only 20 to 30 years ago. Small town square and cute downtown that used to be filled with local businesses that were all for rent by the time I lived there. Yep. Everyone talked about how this town used to be so much better, and it was exactly like you said. Everyone knew each other and shopped from each other and employed each other's kids when they got old enough to work. It was really sad. This is, unironically, this is what they took from you, okay? I am playing that the song that song, all right? This is a VHS tape. There's VHS static and magnetic interference that's playing. We're returning to tradition. Yeah, the Little Dark Age. Yeah, we're playing Little Dark Age right now. Return to fucking tradition. And by return to tradition, I mean have a local fucking town square where your parents know the people. Like, it's so sad. And a lot of people are leaving. Because why wouldn't they? Like, why would you stay in a town like that? It's like this. It's this. Photos like this, man. Look at this. When this town was built, it was going on the up and up. Wait, hold on. Is this Humboldt? No. Okay, sorry. Just there's a similarity. Look at this. Look at what I'm looking at right now. I want you to really think for a second, okay? What are some things you notice? This is a small town. What do you notice? You know what I notice? Brick. Brick pavement. Pathing. That's not cheap. Nice old-fashioned street lamp? Wide sidewalks? Look at this. This says apothecary right here. Brick and mortar stores. Nice ones. Probably used to be owned by families. But these areas are dead now. They're dead. They're completely dead. Yeah, stores that were beautiful and enjoyable and distinct. Stores that had character. Stores that meant something to the people who worked and lived there, not just interchangeable franchises. And now they're all dead and dying. It's all gone now, and it's not coming back. You can't just rebuild all of this. The economic processes, that's not how it works. You can't revive this. You can build something better. You can build something new, but this can't come back. Killed by cars. Cars is part of it, but a lot of these small towns were built during the heyday of the interstate highway project. So what I'm looking at right here, this is still car infrastructure, to be clear, but I want you to imagine, okay? I'm going to sound like a lunatic for a bit, but I need you to understand, okay? Look at this. I want you to imagine, all right? You're 18, you just graduated high school, all right? Now, your family's well off enough that you didn't have to work through high school, but it's probably time you got a job. Where do you get a job? Well, nowadays what you do is you would walk from door to door and get 1,000 little resume fill-out sheets to whatever the fuck, okay? But here, your parents know by first name a ton of the people who work at your local commercial district. You can go down there and you can just talk to people. You can talk to people who you know. I'm not saying this era was good, by the way. This was during segregation, and also they were not given, like, proper worker protections in a lot of cases. I'm not saying the era was good. I'm saying this element of the era, that personability was good. Sorry, online forms. That's right. It's online forms nowadays. Even back when I was in high school, you would go, even when I graduated 2011, which means that I went to work in 2009 or 2010 maybe. And back in those days, you could do it online, but in a lot of places, you could just go door to door asking for forms. Nowadays, I guess not. That was only a decade ago, a little more than a decade ago. I still remember how depressing that was, though. And I'm speaking from experience here because the place where I failed to find work for 6 months was in Humboldt. When I graduated from university, I could not find work in Humboldt County. I didn't have a car, so and it's all really spread out, so took me so long to find a job that I tried streaming. And you see how that worked out. The Arcata Plaza is still quite nice, and it's kept afloat by the students who come to the university. So this place still has a decent amount of economic activity, but it's artificial. The people who live in Arcata and Eureka, the sister city just a little bit to the south, are not doing good economically. This place has a little bit more money coming in just because of the tide of students, but it doesn't represent the actual longevity of the community. It's not people who are there. It's people who bring money in, yeah. Yeah, it's extracting wealth, not much wealth, but some wealth from the places the students come from. They do some nice stuff there. The area also has the feel of a nice, like you can see. That's McKinley. He's one of the founders of the area. He probably killed like 5 billion native people, so don't like him. But people still come out down here to the the place, the drive down quite often. There's a lot of really good places to eat here too. Eureka's even worse. I guess they have a decent amount of traffic. Eureka is about 60,000 people, though, so it's not like a small town. They have some nice stuff there. You can always tell when you're in the Old Town District. Have you ever noticed that, by the way? Why do you think they call them Old Town Districts? You can find them in basically every city, every town. They call them Old Town Districts because they were the buildings that were built in the town center back when the town had the money and drive to have a unique personality. And now it's called the Old Town area because the only place you can actually get work is like the sparse office buildings that have been built in some other section of the town. And it's old because it's dying. Yeah, different zoning laws push people around, yeah. Also worth noting, by the way, not to permit or give any allowance to the kind of stuff that they've said. However, there is a deeply fascist character to many of the towns that I'm talking about that have died because they are literally doing the, like, reject modernity return thing. I'm not saying it's all economic insecurity. I'm saying it's a lot of white people in, like, the Midwest or areas that are economically deprived that live in small, regional, historically segregated communities that have grew up on stories about the wealth and prosperity of America and their local town, but live in this like dying, like hollowed out husk. And as a result of that, they're very susceptible to propaganda about how it's being done by immigrants or neoliberalism or global. Well, hold on, neoliberalism is doing it, but or globalism or the Jews or whatever else. Yeah, they're very susceptible to that. And they are racist. Yes, a lot of them are racist. A lot of these towns were literally built up in the 40s and 50s when the country was still segregated. And because redlining kept a lot of people out, or at the very least kind of like, you know, generally prohibited people from moving in there. Like, now in a world where people can kind of move where they want, there's no reason to move there because they're all dying, so. Yeah. It's eliminated third places for us too. Oh yeah, you remember how much we've talked about third places before and their importance? The idea is that you should have like a hangout spot that is not your home and not your work. That's very, very, very important for a person, like, emotionally, I think. Even if it's just a local bar, you know? Like, that sounds so... What's that sitcom, that bar where everyone knows your name? That one? What's that? Like, that's a fantasy to a lot of people now, you know? Cheers? Gotcha, cheers. That's a fantasy to a lot of people. Not to mention, even with the fact that it's difficult to find those third places, the character of these third places has changed because people move around so much. You know, you can have a nice bar, but it's like, it's all what? Tourists? It's all college students? It's not the same, you know? It's different. Things are different. And I'm okay with big cities having lots of people and things change all the time, but you should have, like, core places to root yourself in, something you can rely on. This is doable. This is not a ridiculous ask. Yeah, COVID killed a lot of these places as well. Yeah, teens don't have anything nowadays, man. Back when I was a teenager, malls were still okay, you know? Like, I was a teenager back in, what, 2006, 2007, 2008? Like, malls were dying then, too, but nowhere near what they are right now. And nowadays, like, yeah. Yeah, nowadays teens have Facebook and depression. I don't even think teens use Facebook anymore. And malls still sucked, you know? It's just better than literally nothing. I hate malls, but I want malls to be replaced with, like, a vibrant town square or a place where you can go and have fun, right? Also, bring back arcades. Not just barcades, arcades. I know that COVID did a number on them. Barcades are for me. I'm an adult. I'm almost 30. Arcades, however, let the kids have their arcades. Not some Chuck E. Cheese bullshit. Like, make a real arcade, you know? We use TikTok? Yeah, yeah. They don't want them. If they did, people would open them. Yeah. Consoles and PCs killed those for good. I disagree. Barcades like Dave and Buster's or whatever, they can do pretty well, but it's usually adults who are going for them because the adults have the money to go for something like that, you know? When I think of an arcade, though, by the way, I don't mean something like this. This is a bit, you know, it's a place to lose your quarters. I mean, like, just a place where there are fun physical games that you can play with people that you care about, you know? Like, what do they call it? What's it called? Not foosball or table. What's the thing where it's like it's floating on a bed of air and you knock the pucks around and you get your hand fucking destroyed by them? Air hockey? It's air hockey? I love getting my fingers smashed by those. Yeah, that is a crazy fun game, dude. Why did we make one game where you use an air table and then stopped? Like, those are so fun. It's right in the middle of the image. Yeah, but I don't know what it is based on the look. Patents? Maybe. Skee ball sucks. Skee ball is not fun, by the way. So I'm not sorry. Skee ball is not fun. Okay, you do it because you want to. You try it for what? You go one game because you want to hit the corner thing for the tickets. It's not that fun. It's not fun. It's not fun. The perfect way to play skee ball is to master one throw and then do it over and over and over and over and over again. It's not fun. So you suck at skee. I suck at skee ball. I'm terrible at it. I'm so bad at skee ball. Yeah. You have to make it fun. Yeah, by chucking the balls at people. Here, this is a barcade in LA. Kind of like this a bit more, except it's all pinball. I guess I like arcades that aren't just all big flashy Chuck E. Cheese lights. I don't like that part, you know? Um Also, this is all like pinball and cabinets, you know? Where's the air hockey? Give me the air hockey. I guess it's difficult to strike a good balance here, you know? Trying to find a picture that has what I would consider to be the optimal relationship between, like, bar and cade, you know? Some of these are pretty cool looking. Try being a teen without a license in suburbia. Yeah, it's terrible. Most kids do D&D cafes these days. See, that's nice. I used to have a lot of fun going down to my local Games Workshop and other local, like, gaming stores. Um, though I would never play 40K or D&D there. There were always, like, you know, like the squad. Like, there were cliques there, and, you know, but that can be fixed. That's improving with time. I wonder if the game store that I grew up on, is still there in Santa Monica. I wonder if it is. It's probably not. Is it there? Paper Heroes Games. What is that? Is that it? That's not it. Nah, they probably closed it. Nah, it sucks. It's been a long time. I have too much pride to sink that low. Listen, I just think there should be places where you can go to meet people you enjoy talking to. The nice thing about hobby stores is that because they are literally hobby stores, you can go there and be virtually guaranteed to find somebody who will be fun to talk to with respect to your shared interest, you know? And that's good, right? I mean, that's nice. Hobby stores are fun. They have a problem with elitism, and they have a problem with sexism, but not all of them, and it's getting a lot better. It's getting significantly better. Yeah, movie blocks. A lot of it is also accessibility. People are much less likely to go to a third place if they have to drive 15 minutes and park to get there. Because, like, fuck that, you know? When I was in Los Angeles, I used to think that, like, a 30 or 40-minute drive was a long drive. LA traffic, you know, like, whatever. Now that I live in Seattle and I'm fucking woke, when I have a drive that's more than 10 minutes, I think that's a long drive. Because fuck driving. I am no longer falling for the bullshit propaganda that driving is fun. Driving is fun when you first learn to drive, or when you're doing a road trip with your friends in the back, or with you're in a convertible and you're on a mountain road and the air is whipping against your face. That's fun. Driving fucking 2 hours of every day of your life just to do basic shit around a city, sitting in traffic, red light this, red light that, right turn here, left turn here. That sucks. It's not fun. It's not interesting. It's not liberating. It doesn't make you any more free. It's bullshit. I just don't take more than a 10-minute drive. Fucking, you know? I don't even want to do a 10-minute drive. I don't want to drive. I mean, if it's like a 5-minute drive, you know, so it's a little more enjoyable. Do you take the bus? Nah, buses aren't that great in Seattle. I don't want to have to travel. Vosh chat yearns for the ad. Oh, you're right. Sorry, this segment has gone on too. This isn't even a segment. I'm just rambling. Okay, I'm going to hit the ad button. That's only fair. That was a 2-hour debate. Fuck you. I should hit it 3 times. I'm hitting the button. Fuck you. All right, I hit the button. Well, you know, not all of you are going to see an ad. Sag, yeah. Joke's on you, you have YouTube Premium. Well, I get more money when a viewer has YouTube Premium. Have you seen the new Warhammer trailer? No, I have not. Do you mind if I take a look at it super quick, chat? Super quick.
Varax and Kadaku. I'll be straight with you, Titus. Avara statement. There could be questions. Will that be a problem?
The original was pretty good, right? I heard a lot of people say the original was pretty good. I never played it.
No.
Tyranid!
My pledge is eternal.
Xenos inbound!
Wow, that is a lot of dudes down there.
Eviscerate this abomination! Come forth!
Oh, I understand the comparison based on looking at it, but this does not play like Gears of War. If anything, it plays more like God of War. In the original, you look like this huge hulking dude, but Astartes can run at like 80 miles an hour. You're basically just like backflip cleaving your way through a bunch of guys. It's not like cover shooting.
Let them be slaughtered!
A huge selling point of it was don't use chest-high walls for cover, you are the cover. Yeah, because it literally came out, the original one, when Gears of War was a big thing, right? So, like, yeah, that makes sense. And also, it's pretty lore-fitting, considering that, yeah, you're a space marine. That fits. Yes, Alien Eyebrow.
Open the gates.
God damn.
Slay more Xenos for the Chiron. I thought a piece of that statue would offer more sport. Hold them back, damn it! For Ultramar! For the Emperor!
Can they stop giving us soy fucking Ultramarines and give us, like, a salamander or something? That's pretty dope. I don't know, Nikolai Prime. It's up to you. That's true, Fefala. I'm still having a hard time not comparing it to Gears. It really, I promise you, if this one plays like the first one, it literally does not play like Gears of War. Also, keep in mind, Gears of War kind of ripped off Warhammer. Like, to be clear, the whole gigantic ultra-armored power armor brick of a dude with a primary weapon that is a chainsaw, like, they were heavily inspired by Warhammer. And that's being charitable, as opposed to, like, blatantly ripped off. Why is it always Ultramarines? They're just considered the default. Yeah, I've seen Astartes on YouTube. How long will it take me to memorize all Warhammer lore? Well, considering the fact that they keep updating it forever, I think. This looks really good. This will mean this is like now the premier anti-Tyranid game after Space Hulk, right? But I don't think I wasn't that taken by Space Hulk. So this will now be like, if it's good, the best like mowing down Tyranid game. You could basically, for StarCraft fans, just pretend that you're Tychus and it's the Zerg, because StarCraft ripped off Warhammer. So that's basically what's happening. That, like, literally, the default color for the Marines is blue in StarCraft 1. The Tyranid inspired the Zerg. It's all together. It's all fitting. It's all here. Everything ripped off Warhammer, and Warhammer ripped off Dune. So, you know. Is it true the Warhammer fan base is very fashy? Actually, I really feel like over the past 10 years, there's been this huge shift where before, like, yes, but now Games Workshop, which is still a terrible company, has said some pretty direct anti-fascist stuff, and there are a lot of fans who are mad about it, but in my experience, the fascists usually, like, know about Warhammer and appropriate its imagery, but don't actually play it. Like, if you go to a tabletop shop, you'll probably find a trans girl, basically. But if you go online and find imagery of, like, the Emperor or whatever, it'll be used by a Trump supporter. So it's like the iconography of Warhammer is really popular with fascists, but the actual community, I think, is getting increasingly progressive. Didn't Dune rip off Starship Troopers? No. Wait, when did the book for Starship Troopers come? No, there's no way Dune ripped off anything. Dune is too fucking weird to have ripped off anything. Dune is a coke-addled stream of consciousness from an extremely sexist man. It's also too long. Dune ripped off real life. I've not read Red Mars. You like the new Dune movie? Yeah, I thought it was great. Dune is to sci-fi what Lord of the Rings was to fantasy. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Actually, wouldn't Dune be more science fantasy than science fiction? No, whatever. Have I ever read Dune or its sequels? I've read the first Dune book. But I want to read the whole thing. Starship Troopers was 59? Huh. You know, the original Starship Troopers was not a critique of fascism the way the movie was. The book is like a direct, like, adulation, you know, I wouldn't say the original book is, like, fascist, but it's like, yeah. It's the same with Dr. Strangelove. The Dr. Strangelove movie is one of the best satires of paranoid militarism in existence, in my opinion. But the original book that it's based on was a thriller about a rogue unit of U.S. soldiers dropping the nuke and ending the world. But then in making the movie, they were like, this is actually phenomenal parody shit. You know, this is actually incredible parody material if you read this properly, which they did. The movie's great. Dr. Strangelove? Yeah. Thoughts on Ender's Game? Man, as much as I loved it as a kid, Ender's Game, like, misses pretty bad on the reread, I feel like. And I mean that, by the way. I've read that. I loved that book when I was younger. In retrospect, there's a lot of social conservatism I don't care for, but more than that. It's more than that. It's not just that. I think the Bean books, the side series of stories about Bean, his lieutenant, Ender's lieutenant, is better than the Ender's Game story moving forward. Because I read the whole thing. I read like 8 books on the whole thing. The Bean, yeah, Ender's Shadow. Thank you. Yeah, the Ender's Shadow books were a lot better. Nah, I never read the Narnia books. Ender's Game comes off a little bit juvenile to me in retrospect. Like a little bit, I am a kid. This is my kid's understanding of some of these larger issues. I feel like the Ender's Shadow games got a lot better. Like, considerably, even, in my opinion. The Flood solos 40K's verse, sorry not sorry. Probably everything but Chaos? The power levels in Halo are a lot higher than the power levels in Warhammer, because in Halo they were going to wipe out the galaxy, and in Warhammer they're fighting over the galaxy. But the Chaos Gods, I don't think, there's nothing in the Halo, you know, canon that can deal with the divine, I don't think, so. Flood can? I don't think Flood can. Speaker for the Dead was better than Ender's Game IMO. It was better. It was better. I haven't seen it, Gardagar. I didn't read that one cipher. Are you aware Trump is being indicted? Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a second. We had the debate. The debate was fun. Hey, guys. Huh? I feel like that was the first fun debate we've had in months. We need to get back. Need to get back to it. I'm really glad he stopped and listened to me talk when I brought up the carbon monoxide thing. It's just a benefit of arguing with older people is that they're not familiar with the kinds of insults that younger people come up with now, so they they walk into them. Did you bring up Coconut Island? I didn't think it would be prudent. I felt like everyone would get hyped up as I started explaining it, and then I would ask it, and he would just not answer and patronize me. So I didn't say it, you know. But It's okay. Time and a place. Time and a place. I don't want to force it. What counteroffensive, Canarian? He probably thought you were going to say it because of regulations. Oh, dude, holy shit, that's right. Maybe he paused there because he thought it was part of the broader argument on regulations. That actually makes sense. That's the best way to insult people. Make it so the setup for your insult logically follows the broader argument so they don't immediately get defensive, but rather, like, try to... That's very wise. Very wise. Most wise. Wise posting. Fuck, I was gonna play Hi-Fi Rush tonight, but there's actually a lot of politics to cover. I can't. Maybe we can do it tomorrow? I like doing morning streams on Fridays, but maybe I could do a morning stream with Hi-Fi Rush? There's a lot of politics. We got to talk politics, okay? Come on. Come on. Did Vosh already cover Trump's indictment? No. Okay, I'm gonna pee, then Trump's indictment. Trump's indictment! Hey! So I'm gonna do that. Let me go pee. And because I'm peeing, I'm just gonna hit the button. I'm gonna hit the button. You can't stop. You can't stop me. I'm gonna I dropped my earbuds. I dropped them. I moved. Why do they keep slipping? All right, hitting the button. Whoa. Oh, okay. Oh, I saw some people saying that I should have cut him off more. As time has gone on, I just enjoy cutting people off less. I'm usually more okay with letting people ramble for a bit, especially if I feel like the momentum is already in my favor. I'm okay with it, especially if I feel like they're digging themselves a bit of a grave. So yeah, it's okay. I don't want to be too, like, contentious. Man, the YouTube thing makes me really fucking nervous because for some stupid reason, when I hit the add button, when you guys see the ads, for those of you who do, and I know how many of you do every time, it briefly lowers the view count from my side of the dashboard because when you're watching the ad, you're not watching the stream, which means that you're not counted as a viewer. So I can actually see how many people get affected by the ad every time because I see a temporary dip. And at first it made me really anxious because I thought, oh my God, they hate the ads. I just lost 2,000 viewers. But no. So far, I've actually seen basically everyone stays through the ads. So, and this time, by the way, it was 1,500 who saw it. So people say I don't see the ad. Well, I can see how many people see the ad. Gives me a mild panic attack. Do you feel bad debating old guys? Sometimes, yeah. I try to tone match, but like, you know, old guys, no matter how well-meaning they may seem, like, that guy's not a dawdling old fool. His brain his brain has the capacity to work just as well as mine does. You know, it's not like it's not like I'm going into a retirement home and finding some guy with dementia. Sometimes I feel that way with old people, but I have to remember, right? I hope to stay in this game for a while. One day I'm going to be old, properly old, and when I am, I hope people treat me with all the hatred and contempt and belittlement that they do now that I'm 30. That's what I'm hoping, okay? I don't want to be patronized, all right? I want to, you know, as long as I'm sharp, as long as I don't have Alzheimer's or dementia, as long as my brain stays sharp, I can be 70, I can be 80. I want people to feel comfortable belittling the shit out of me, because otherwise I'll feel patronized, you know? Wait, are you 30? I'm 29, thank you. I'm actually still in my 20s. Thank you very much. Thank you. Fuck, I'm 37. You know what? Okay, for those of you who are young and terrified of getting older, I need to remind you, okay? You're the same person basically no matter what. Like, people think, oh, I'm 20 now, and when I'm 30, I'll be like a whole different... No, you won't. You'll be the same person. You always get to be you. The only thing that really meaningfully changes that you can't actually, like, keep from happening is your metabolism will slow a bit, and eventually your joints will... Like, okay, whatever. Like, guys, I hurt my back pretty badly when I was 20, and it stayed hurt more or less consistently for like 8 years. That wasn't great. Having done that, I can say confidently, it's all fine. I lived life then. I live life now. It's all good. You're always you. You always get to be you. You know? Your whole life, you always get to be you. You'd say you know, maybe you slowed down when you're older. Okay, I slowed down when I was younger because I had a back injury. I was fine. I was me. I did stuff I cared about. Now I'm doing stuff here. I had that back injury when I started the stream. It was only because of the stream that I got the money for physical therapy to fix it. Now, I'm stronger than I have been since high school, especially now the costochondritis is pulled in a little bit. Costo, that's fucked me over, but whatever. Still myself. I need a third back surgery. Then stop buying a tier 4 sub so you have the money for it. Okay, we have a lot of donos to go through as well. So I'm going to do the Trump... Are you ignoring the alien drama because you know something? What alien drama? Do you mean like the UFOs, or is there a content creator called Alien? I'm genuinely asking. The UFOs, I think? I just don't think anything's happening. Wait. Las Vegas aliens in backyard report UFO investigated by police. Is this what you're talking about? Declassified info says hundreds of unidentified aerial phenomena are reported within the past 2 decades. Yeah, of course. Okay, wait. Isn't the follow-up to this that of like 280 unidentified flying objects that were reported by the Air Force, the Air Force was able to fully explain all but one of them? And you can't explain every dot you see in the sky. Sometimes it's just a fucking weird drone or a bat or whatever, and it's like, okay, that's it. Like, you can't... Loving how, once again, the footage is complete dog shit. Oh, man. Are you being real? Are we being real? Is that not just glare? NASA had a conference recently saying they had some cases that could be exotic or something like that. Yeah, could be in the sense of like, we don't know, but that's always been the answer. If you briefly see a speck of light in the sky that goes out, you point up, you're like, that was an alien ship entering warp, and then go to NASA. NASA would be like, okay, well, we don't know. Like, I don't, what? No, we don't know. Like, what are you? Oh my God, the links. Holy crap. Intelligence officials say U.S. has retrieved craft of non-human origin. Yeah, we looked at this. We looked at this. Isn't this literally like the one guy who's probably going to write a book about all this shit? Like a guy, okay? UFO whistleblower says government hasn't... Okay, well, this isn't evidence. This guy's going to make a bunch of money off of writing a book. When I see proof, I see proof. There have been whistleblowers on this shit a million times. This has happened over and over, decades and decades. Body cam records UFO crash landing in a Las Vegas backyard. Residents call police saying a couple of 8-foot tall... Seriously? Are we really regressing to this level of fucking mental retardation? Watch it, Vosh. Is this a parody account? Well, it says parody account. Is this a parody video? Okay, but I gotta know. Okay.
Metro police officer's body cam catches this. Something flashing low in the sky.
911 emergency.
What?
Minutes later,
There's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and looking at us, and it's still there.
someone calls 911 reporting two large figures in their backyard.
What?
I'm so nervous right now.
The 8 News Now investigators obtaining another officer's video as he's sent to the Northwest Valley home.
I have butterflies, bro. Everyone saw a shooting star, then these people say there's aliens in their backyard.
By now, it's more than an hour after that bright light. Officers meeting up with the caller and his family.
What'd you see?
It was like a big creature.
A big creature?
Yeah, like around 10 feet tall.
I'm not going to BS you guys. One of my partners said they saw something fall out of the sky too, so that's why I'm kind of curious. Did you see anything land in your
Oh my
backyard?
god.
Like a big, that's what they say. They see like a big something with light.
What I saw right now, I do believe in it.
Police walk into the backyard to investigate, but Metro blacked out that part of the video because it's considered private property. What's clear,
Okay.
they're taking this call seriously.
Hey, this might sound like a really dumb question, but did you guys see anything fall out of the sky?
Asking others what they saw.
I would normally discount it as nothing. However, seeing as one of my partners said they saw it too, only reason I'm actually investigating it further.
This isn't how you ask questions like this. You ask, have you seen anything? And then ask them to describe. If you ask, have you seen something fall out of the sky? Then our flawed human brains will construct a memory. It's leading. It pushes people towards an answer.
Investigation turning up no concrete answers as
Wow,
of
really?
Wednesday. Whatever or whoever fell into that yard, long gone within minutes.
Oh, hey, if those 9-foot beings come back, don't call us, all right? Deal with it yourself. I ain't dealing with that.
Wow, cool. Man, this conspiracy bullshit really bothers me. I don't mind believing in aliens. I mean, I believe that they're out there somewhere. I don't even mind believing that aliens have made contact with us at some point. I don't believe that, but if you believe that, like, okay. I just hate the incredibly low standard of evidence gathering on display here. Not to mention, again, black SUVs reported to the area and took aircraft and all video of backyard. Really? Did they? Uh-huh. Also, this says body cam records UFO crash. Wouldn't a UFO crash be loud and, like, make noise? Wouldn't there be, like, a bunch of evidence of that? Not just a little light wobbling down? And the video didn't even say that. It just said there was a light wobbling down. Man, people fall for this crap. Yeah, they have alien crash silencers. That's true. That's fucking true. Former intelligence official turned whistleblower given Congress, the Intel Community Inspector General, extensive classified info about the deeply covert programs he said possessed. This info has been illegally withheld from Congress, and he filed a complaint alleging he suffered illegal retaliation for his confidential disclosure. Wait, what is he saying? Has given Congress classified information. Hold on. Correct me if I'm wrong. If you have classified info and you give it to Congress as a former Intel official, shouldn't he be in jail? If he has actual classified information, like, think about this for a second, okay? If this guy has classified information that is so secret that the government withheld the information and has been silencing all discussion of it, explain to me how he managed to publicly announce this and also bring it to Congress. Please explain that to me. So this secret runs so deep that the men in black are running around the country keeping everything under lids. It's all top secret. People are being disappeared. Here he is. Here's a photo with the website. He's fine. Whistleblower, decorated combat former officer in Afghanistan, veteran of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, National Reconnaissance Officer. He would be potentially covered by whistleblower rules and Congress could protect him. No. I'm saying if the big conspiracy from the state to cover up aliens is a thing, first of all, why hasn't Russia blown the lid on it? Are you seriously telling me that there's an international conspiracy? That all the countries of the world, Russia, Kazakhstan, China, North Korea, Pakistan, India, that they're all like in on it? Or are you saying they only show up in America, like just the whole alien contact? They've got a mothership and it's just us and no other countries found out about it in spite of all the spies that all countries have in all other countries? Grush said the recoveries of partial fragments through and up to intact vehicles have been made for decades to the present allies, defense contractors. Analysis has determined the objects retrieved are, quote, of exotic origin, non-human intelligence, whether extraterrestrial unknown origin, based on the vehicle morphology and material science testing, the possession of unique... Okay, this is just bullshit. This is just bullshit, okay? If you believe this, then you need a brain check, okay? So you're telling me that they have exotic materials that have been collected that is known about within the agency, and they know it because of, quote, unique atomic arrangements? What the fuck does that mean? Explain to me. Do you mean the molecules? Are you telling me that this is a new element? They found scraps of vehicle made in an element that, like, what? Did it radioactive decay in 8 fucking picoseconds or something? Like, there's a reason we have the elements we do. They're unstable. The other ones are unstable. Does it mean a molecule? You can make new molecules, sure. Then why would they say unique atomic arrangement and radiological signatures? What does that mean? The material includes intact and partially intact vehicles. What intact vehicles? What? Intact? What do you mean vehicle? We have full alien vehicles. Intact ones. Really? In accordance with protocol, Grush provided the DOP and Security Review of the Department of Defense with information he intended to disclose to us. His on-the-record statements were cleared for open publication on April 4th and 6th, and documents provided to us. Under protective provisions of the latest Defense Appropriations Bill, signal growing determination by some in the government to unravel a colossal enigma with national security implications that has bedeviled the military and tantalized the public going back to World War II and beyond. It's all for a fucking book deal. It's all for a fucking book deal. For many decades, the Air Force carried out a disinfo campaign to discredit reported sightings of unexplained objects. Yeah, because the Air Force tests out their planes and wants to lie about... Obviously! I have photographic evidence of the source of the alien material. Oh, shit! I hope that's not the case. Oh, fuck. Keep the lid on that one. At least we won't feel it. Well, you know, it's super cool how despite all this info that's been leaked, we still have no info. A number of well-placed current and former officials have shared detailed info with me regarding this alleged program, including insights into the history, governing documents, and the location of where a craft was allegedly abandoned or recovered. Okay. However, it's a delicate matter getting this potentially explosive info in the right hand for validation. This is made harder by the fact that, rightly or wrongly, a number of potential sources do not trust the leadership of the old... Guys, this is literally just fucking McCarthy shit. Literally, I have a document of 60, no 100, no 10,000 communists who work in the government. I have a list of it right here that I'm not showing you right now. This list is very important. Look at this list that I'm holding up but not showing to you guys. It's full of the communists. I will never share this information with you. It's for some reason. Like, This guy's just schizo posting. No, he's trying to get a fucking book deal. It's just attention. He's just getting attention. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But, like, yeah. Grush provided Congress with hours of recorded classified info transcribed into hundreds of pages, which included specific data about the material recovery program. Can we know about it? Congress has not been provided with any physical materials related to records of non-human objects. Associates who vouched for Grush said his info was highly sensitive, providing evidence the materials from objects of non-human origin are in the possession of highly secret black programs. Although locations, program names, and other specific data remain classified, the Inspector General and Intelligence Committee staff were provided with these details. Several current members of the recovery program spoke to the Inspector General's office, corroborated the information question provided as a classified complaint. What is this? This is The Debrief, a website that I'm sure is extremely legitimate. He remains well supported within intelligence circles, citation needed, and numerous sources have vouched for his credibility, citation needed. His assertion concerning the existence of a terrestrial arms race occurring sub rosa over the past 80 years, focusing on reverse engineering technologies of unknown origin. Oh my god, it's just movies. It's just movie bullshit. It's just a fucking movie. These people get to vote, yeah. All of this is fascism. There's a reason why the entire right wing is obsessed with this right now. All of this is fascism. Fun fact, nearly all UFO sightings are from US and UK. Wow! The cultures with, I assume, the most robust history of fucking UFO movies. That's crazy. Wow. House Oversight Committee taking this seriously. House Oversight plans UFO hearing after unconfirmed claims of... At least a hearing will give us something to react to. Preparing a hearing in the wake of unconfirmed claims from a former intel officer the U.S. has allegedly found crashed alien spacecraft. An account the Pentagon says is unsubstantiated. Yeah, because they're hiding it. Ooh.
Of 650 this week, we are tracking over a total of 650 cases.
That's it. That's it. That's it? Okay. In this video, Pentagon officials said this was an example of a UAP incident that cannot be explained. Remember this? This is like a ball flew by a camera really fast a decade ago in Iraq. And it's like, whoa, because they were never able to go back in time and explain this one thing that happened, now we get to hear about it forever. That's it, literally. Dog, you don't understand. Of all the billion, trillion hours of video footage, if you can't explain every single bit of it, if one person takes a home video that looks a bit creepy and you can't explain it based on the video, that's it, man. Aliens.
All of the data we have associated with this event from some years ago. I want to underscore today that only a very small percentage of UAP reports display signatures that could reasonably be described as anomalous. The majority of unidentified objects...
I hate this shit. All right, we got to move on. We got to move on. Thoughts? Yes, like I said, this is all fascism. The far right is obsessed with this. All conspiracy theories are fundamentally reactionary. If you have an assertion that you would like to make against the bourgeoisie, then please do so through critical analysis to this is just another way for fascists to point at the government and go, they're hiding stuff from us because they're all Jews and they're hiding it from us. That's where this all leads. All conspiratorial fear. It's the same thing. It's fundamentally reactionary. Investigative reporter Ross Colhart asked, when you say crash retrieval, what do you mean? We have spacecraft from another species? How many? When asked if the government had bodies, Grush answered, well, naturally, when you recover something that's either landed or crashed, sometimes you encounter dead pilots. Believe it or not, as fantastical as it sounds, that's true. Wow, that's crazy. Bro, here I am. Here I am in this picture laughing along with my dozens and dozens of crashed alien aircraft and pilots, aliens. Just right out of frame. You can't see them. Okay. Great. Moving on. What is this? FD Signifier said, oh, this was when FD Signifier was talking about how much interracial people he's okay with in his media. This is FD when coming up with this take. True. Debate bro fans are racist and the online left is full of white people who don't know shit about black culture. Black culture of being anti-race mixing, right? Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, it's always going to be the same thing. There's never going to be any, like, growth there or whatever. It's always going to be, like, he just says right-wing shit. They all say right-wing shit. And then when you call them out, they're like, well, yeah, but I'm a minority, so... The guy he screenshotted and called white was black too. Well, another thing they get to do is they get to say that you're white if you're black, because you're the only way you can really be black is to agree with them. It's the exact same thing that Nazis do, where they'll say that you're not really white if you do race mixing, or if you or if you're like pro-Jewish or whatever. Like being real white means that you have to be a white supremacist. Exact same thing, same people, reactionary thought. I'm the only leftist. Blah blah. Okay, Trump indictment. All right, so on this, on this wacky roller coaster ride we're all on for Trump's criminal element, the last one, the charges that he got, I thought the whole thing was kind of weak, though not unwarranted. Had to do with the Stormy Daniels thing, like the hush money payments being misappropriated from campaign funds, and now it's 7 counts in the classified documents. So this was when he took a bunch of documents home with him, including top secret ones, at Mar-a-Lago, and kept them there, And then he was asked to bring him back, and he said no. And then he was asked again, and he responded with, well, actually, I've just declassified them in my mind, which he can't do. And then it turns out they were improperly stored, and the FBI had to raid Mar-a-Lago to get him back. Indicted on 7 counts in the special counsel's classified documents probe, a stunning development that marks the first time a former president has faced federal charges. Trump is facing a charge under the Espionage Act, his attorney Jim Trusty said on CNN Thursday, as well as charges of obstruction of justice, destruction or falsification of records, conspiracy, and false statements. Wow! Oh, man. Okay, wait, this is a list of the charges. Willful retention of NDI under Espionage Act, conspiracy to obstruct justice, withholding a document or record, corruptly concealing a document or record, concealing a document in a federal investigation, scheme to conceal false statements and representations. If found guilty, minimum sentence none, maximum sentence 100 years, right? Yeah, bringing in the Espionage Act. Interesting. That's pretty wild. The special counsel has been investigating Trump's handling of classified documents that were brought to his Mar-a-Lago, Florida resort after he left the White House in 2021, as well as the possible obstruction of the investigation and government efforts to retrieve material. Okay, so here's the thing. A lot of people are going to say, well, what about Joe Biden's mishandling of documents? It actually turns out that a lot of political leaders have mishandled classified documents. If you work at the White House, they're just throwing this stuff away, right? You just get a box of top secret stuff. You take it wherever you want. Here's the thing, okay? Many politicians, including Joe Biden, have mishandled classified documents. It's not a federal crime to mishandle. It is a federal crime to willfully obstruct, engage in conspiracy, that kind of stuff. Basically, the problem here is that Donald Trump didn't just bring stuff back to Mar-a-Lago and then they were found and he returned them. Instead, he refused to bring them back after multiple requests, denied that he had to at all. I mean, that's why it led in an FBI raid. I mean, ultimately, it got brought to that point. The real question is, and this is the thing a lot of people have wondered, we don't have any evidence for or against it, but it remains kind of on the table, is what was he holding the documents for exactly? What was he doing with those? Was it for something nefarious? Because he had nuclear intel there. I mean, he had a lot of important stuff. And not the nuclear codes, just intel on the nuclear. It's probably a billion pages of top secret nuclear intel. There was a lot of stuff there, improperly stored at his private resort, Mar-a-Lago, where presumably he could sell access to it or offer access or brag about being able to give access. That would be a crime. That would be pretty bad. But did he have intel on aliens? Right. Apparently he had the U.S.'s full invasion plans for Iran. Yeah, the full invasion plan for Iran that I would write would be don't. But, you know, maybe. It's probably long. We'll see. NDI is not good to have. No. He had intel on invasion plans. He flouted on a tape allegedly, like he bragged about it. You know, hold on. He has words to say on all of this. Let's not keep the man himself out of the conversation, okay? Page 1. The corrupt Biden administration has informed my attorneys that I have been indicted, seemingly over the boxes hoax, even though Joe Biden has 1,850 boxes at the University of Delaware, additional boxes in Chinatown, D.C. Oh, sorry, Chinatown, D.C., with even more boxes at the University of Pennsylvania, and documents strewn all over his garage floor where he parks his Corvette, and which is secured by only a garage door that is paper thin and open much of the time. I have been summoned to appear at the federal courthouse in Miami on Tuesday at 3 p.m. I never thought it possible such a thing could happen to a former president of the United States, who received far more votes than any sitting president in the history of our country, and is currently leading by far all candidates, both Democrat and Republican, in polls of the 2024 presidential election. I am an innocent man. There we go. And kept that up the whole time, even though it sucked. Yeah. So he's not happy. The caption on the video is great.
Very sadly, we're a nation in decline, and yet they go after a popular president, a president that got more votes than any sitting president in the history of our country, by far, and did much better the second time in the election than the first. And they go after him on a boxes hoax, just like the Russia hoax and all of the others. It's just...
Love it. Love him. Love it. Oh, somebody linked this, by the way. Mar-a-Lago pool flood raises suspicions among prosecutors in Trump classified documents case. Apparently, last October, an employee at Mar-a-Lago drained the resort's swimming pool and flooded a room where computer servers containing surveillance video logs were kept. Hate it when that happens. I hate it when that happens. Drain the swamp. Now, was this deliberate? My honest answer is I have no clue. It sounds like cartoon bullshit. Like, hey, get rid of our top secret crimes by flooding the computer room with the pool. It sounds like bullshit, but it could also be one of those, it's so out there that they wouldn't suspect it's deliberately targeted things. I have no way of knowing. I just don't know. I guess we'll see. It'll probably come up in the proceedings.
It's been going on for 7 years. They can't stop because it's election.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you know, all of our surveillance tape records were destroyed when a grand piano fell on them, or like an anvil.
Interference at the highest level. There's never been anything like what's happened. I'm an innocent man. I'm an innocent person. They
Innocent
had the
boy.
Mueller hoax, the Mueller report, and that came out. No collusion after 2.5 years. That was set up by Hillary Clinton and Democrats. But this is what they do. This is what they do so well. If they would devote their...
I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little baby boy. You wouldn't hurt a former president with glasses, would you? You wouldn't charge a former president with glasses who's also a baby birthday boy under the Espionage Act, would you? I'm just a little guy.
Energies to honesty and integrity would be a lot better for our country. They could do a lot better. They could do a lot of great things. But when you look at what's happened to our country in the last 3 years, we were energy independent.
Okay, it's just the jibber jabber. So man, he's gonna be there on Tuesday. Holy shit. Things are moving fast here. The Espionage Act charge is a big deal. A very, very, very big deal. We'll see how it goes. I mean, ultimately, it really depends on what he did with those documents, because he could have potentially done stuff that is outright treasonous. You know, we don't know. If he was selling U.S. secrets to other government leaders, then that's like that's like 1 million years in jail kind of thing right there. That's like you know, Florida has the death penalty kind of deal right there. That's a big deal right there. That's that's a serious problem. 1 million billion years in jail. Give him all the adrenochrome so he survives to have a longer jail sentence.
The way they covered up for Hillary. If Donald Trump is to be charged like this, Hillary Clinton should have been charged with 10,000 counts of obstruction, because that's how many emails Biden.
Right, okay. Can't hear it? Yeah, that was really quiet. I even turned the volume up. Yeah. He's so out of breath. Well, you know. He's a passionate guy. Passionate guy. Emails. 999. Yeah, so this set of charges is a lot more dangerous for Trump than the previous set of charges. The last one with the misappropriation of campaign finance stuff, 0% chance that really does anything to Trump. That's not like, no, that's not hurting him really. That's like a legal tie-up kind of thing. This, with the Espionage Act, this is real. This is a real set of charges that are being brought against him. This is a heavy weight of the federal government kind of deal. And I'm interested in seeing where it goes, you know? So, obviously, and I hope everyone understands this, but, you know, I don't want kangaroo court shenanigans. I want him to get a fair trial to see what he did, to find out what the evidence is against him. For my money, personally, I think he did some bad shit, man. I think he did some bad shit. I think he showed those documents to people. I think he did some bad shit. We're talking about an incredibly powerful man who has the ear of basically every reactionary on the planet, who has never faced consequences for his actions. You know? I think he did some stuff. Oh, and the right wing is going to be, and is already, losing their minds. We're going to see a lot of anger over this, up to and including death threats against the judges, against the prosecutor, everything. We're going to see a lot of anger, a lot of coping too. High ratio of cope to actual terrorism, which they're also going to want to do. So we'll see. In the long run, I still want Trump to beat DeSantis in the primaries. However, it should be noted, if Trump ends up not being able to properly run for some reason, for any reason, I still think that DeSantis has very little chance against Biden. DeSantis does not have general favorability among Republicans. He has been losing favorability with time. He is probably going to capitalize on Trump's problems in the coming months and years by trying to distinguish himself in a way that will be unappealing to many Republican voters. I don't think he can win against Biden as things stand currently. Now, maybe things will change, but that's my personal opinion. I think that Biden has an okay, decent shot against Trump and a great shot against DeSantis, and I think that Trump still has an amazing shot against DeSantis. So I'm not too worried about DeSantis at the moment. Okay. And he is Rizless. That is true. He is very, very, very Rizless. I think his only chance is to do an about-face and basically become the guy who promises to pardon Trump knowing Trump is fucked. Yeah, I wonder if even if he did that, like, I don't know, man. The main thing is, like, I don't know if Trump's ego would let him. Like, even if Trump gets arrested, he can still run. I feel like Trump is going to drag DeSantis down no matter what, because even if DeSantis is perfectly conciliatory, I don't think Trump's going to back out of the race. I think he'll stay, and if he stays, that means he wants to win, and I think that means he's still going to fight with DeSantis. That's just a guess. I don't know for sure. We're kind of in an unprecedented period of history. We are in the cool zone. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Fuck. Okay. Hold on. Here's what we're going to do because we're really backed up in it. I'm reading donos. I'm going to read donos, then we talk more politics, but not too much more. I can't spoil you guys. Can't make it too easy for you. Okay. Full Metal Socialist and Pro Lego Mana, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Lock him up true. Congratulations on getting your consult for facial feminization surgery, Full Metal Socialist. That's awesome. I'm afraid I won't be doing any more Tears of the Kingdom, though, because I finished it. I finished Tears of the Kingdom. I might even talk about it and, like, review it at the end of stream with heavy spoiler warnings. Rocanantis and Sin Phoenix, thank you for the tier 2 subs both. I really, really appreciate that. The OG Space Marine game is relatively mid, but did reframe character actions to not be super over-the-top acrobatic and highly stylized. It also feels weighty. Yeah, I like that. I mean, it feels fitting, you know, for a fucking Space Marine. Solomon the Wise and Steel Radiance, thank you for the $5 both. Hey, nice to see you catch it, Solomon the Wise. Happy to have you here. All your bread tube detractors should have a debate like that, and everyone who pulls their hair out should shut the fuck up forever. It's true. We do this because they cannot. Inkblot, Mindy, and Vontix, thank you for the $5 both. Really, really appreciate that. My conservative dad in Florida recently told me he registered to vote for the first time to vote against the Republicans for the anti-trans stuff. Nice! That's fantastic, Inkblot, Mindy. Hope that energy keeps up. Miak D. Denan, thank you for the $5. I'll take a look at Friday Harbor in a bit. Scurvy Bones with the $55.55. Thank you so much. I just wanted to tell you the trans woman who juiced Posey Parker wants to share her story on stream with you. She has reached out via email and Discord DMs. Oh! Well, that's nice. First of all, thank you for the $55.55. Second of all, has she reached out over email? I don't think I saw. Did I see an email to that effect? Oh, I see a Discord message. Okay, I see a Discord. That's fine. Discord. I check my Discord messages too. All right. Yeah, I'll see what I see. Thank you very much. I check my DMs. Don't worry. Takes me a bit sometimes, but I always try to. Franums, thank you for the 10 and $5. I really, really appreciate that. Why do the ANCAPs have gout of the mind, a strange growth that persists, the uric acid crystal formation that encrusts the frontal lobes, the yellow rot? It's in their nature. And Hylix 2 is in my wish list, so I will get around to it. Thank you. Player21, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really, really appreciate that. The Libertarian dude never made any arguments. He just waved away anything he doesn't agree with / believe is nonsense. Oh, yeah, by the way, I think it's really fitting that we talked about praxeology before talking to him, because that whole debate was praxeology on display, you know? Well, these market forces will have this outcome. They don't. They don't. Right here, they don't. That's not happening. Well, they will. It's like, yeah. Tier Star with the $15. Thank you. You fucking destroyed this debate, Vosh. One of your best yet. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I had a really good time. I wish it could have gone further. You know, it's tough to have in-depth conversations on that level. Wolfram, This Swan, and OS Crane, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Any tips for not getting overwhelmed by people like this? Not just in debate, but dealing with people who refuse to live in reality. It's far too common. I mean, I try not to engage with them in real life, right? I mean, if you have to engage with people like that, you know, I tend to avoid talking about stuff like that because you're not going to change their mind, right? I do this for an audience because I think the audience benefits from it. But I don't know if that guy does. Also, be confident. Believe in yourself, you know? True, this one. Yes, Wolfram. Private schools suck. NASDAQ, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Maybe I will bolster these nuts. I'll consider it. Sake, thanks to 4 tier 1 subs. 2 hours with someone you should have called retarded and berated. OKBV didn't happen for this. Oh, okay, I was pretty condescending at times, all right? I think I met the standard. Franums with the incredibly kind... Man, really, 20 tier 1 subs split between 2 donos. Thank you so much. 20 white names lifted out of poverty. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It's incredibly kind of you. Not even a message along with them. Dirk Gently, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Very happy to hear you are both a former libertarian derogatory and proud libertarian, currently socialist. Very, very good. And Brick Brother, thanks the tier 1 sub. My pleasure. Horizon, thank you for the $5. True. Inkblot Mindy, thank you for the $5. Trans girl that spent my savings to move from Arkansas to New York to avoid the anti-trans stuff. It's sad knowing I can't really go visit my family. Yep. I have a friend who is sad because they can't visit their family who lives in Florida. Yeah, like literally, because they're trans, you know. So like literally, do not go to Florida if you're trans. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I'm sorry. Win B with the 2 subs. Gay Aaron and Susie Clem says BLM. Thank you for the tier 1 subs all. I will be going to Pride this year. These assholes aren't going to scare me away again. I'm proud of who I am now. People hug. You go, Win B. Stay safe and have a good time. Meet some cool people. Susie says, my friend and I were rewatching Death Note. Realistically, how do you think the U.S. would react if 12 FBI agents died mysteriously in Japan while on duty? Well, I don't know what the FBI is doing in Japan. That should be the CIA, right? But I think historically, looking back on the CIA as a comparative example, if a bunch of them just died overseas with no explanation, I think the government would assume they had all overdosed on some kind of hallucinogenic that you can only get when you have control of like a gigantic underground lab where if people leak info, you shoot them. They probably all sat in a circle, did like kind of jerked off, like, onto a biscuit, took the drugs, and just fucking died. In my opinion. This Juan, thank you for the $5 on hiatus of the VFX studio as a result of the writer's strike. Based. But at least Pat Robertson died. Yes! And the voting rights. Yeah, we still got stuff to talk about. But you guys keep giving me money. You're so fucking inconsiderate. Jesus. Not to mention yesterday's donos, because we talked a lot yesterday, too. Fucking. Makes me so mad. Koopa Shell, Mistress Lynn, Fire Hazard 51, and Batsy, thank you for the tier 1 subs. All, I really, really appreciate that. Yeah, not all debt is bad. In the sense of, like, it's not always a bad decision to indebt yourself. Trilo, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really, really appreciate that. It's very kind of you, not even a message. Mistress Lynn, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Just need the sub renewed. Thanks for being truly upstanding and genuine in every way. Thank you, really. Even old women like to listen to your prescriptions and humor, lol. Happy to have the ear of many kind and generous old women in the audience. Thank you very much. Not a day over 30, I tell you. Perito Salad, thank you for the $5. Yeah, it's just hard for me to get through the thing. Crab Navy General and Pokefira, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate it. Yes, Crab Navy General. I was there when they had to make that blog post. Salty Internet Pirate, thanks to the gifted tier 1 sub. Maybe I'll play the Spider-Man games one of these days. Londi the Elder, thank you for the 1111. I really appreciate that. I have not seen Twin Peaks, but I've always meant to. Fabsta, thanks the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Mohanjan, thank you for the $5. All cars are bastards. I almost got capped by a car in a right turn. I'm on a bicycle. Fuck cars. Fuck cars. Two Dads Smooching, thanks to the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Ew, I went back to a white name. Gross. Also, how the fuck do I donate subs? I've tried for months and I can't do it. Is it because I have pop-up blockers? Oh, well, there's a thing for it at the top of the website. I don't know if any kind of add-on or plugin would make that more difficult, but either way, I really appreciate it. Thank you. You know? Why don't bicycles ride on the sidewalk? It's dangerous to ride bicycles on the sidewalk. The path is narrow. There are pedestrians. Oftentimes trees, bushes, and other stuff run into it. And there's also a lot of detritus, bumps, cracks. Bikes should be in bike lanes. They should be in a smooth, flat, reliable surface that is distinct from sidewalks and cars. It's also, yeah, illegal in a lot of places. Modding Megabyte, Little Gray Pearl, Soli, Rave, Dubin, and Chucky. Thank you for the tier 1 subs all. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Mistress Lynn with the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. Check out my new action figure, Zelensky. What on earth? All this money goes to fighting the war effort. Match donations, $10 for the figurine, $20 towards the next Ukrainian HIMARS rocket purchase. Mistress Lynn, thanks the gifted sub. You've been very kind. Green Leo J, thanks the tier 2 sub. Moose Juice, thank you for the $5. I'll continue to look into the UFO stuff, but until I see evidence, I'm going to be pretty cranky about it. Robot Bug, thanks the $5. Congrats on your top surgery, friend. That's fantastic. Zach Skellington, thanks the tier 1 sub. Maxter with the tier 2 sub. Thank you very, very much. Naganal, thank you for the $5. I hope you're enjoying Dark Souls 2. Crab Navy General, thank you for the $5. Octavia Butler is a cool author because she refuses to write relationships that aren't interracial. Fuck black anti-miscegenationists. True, and based also. Scathing Atheist with the incredibly kind $30. I really appreciate that. Go on Dr. K's stream, Healthy Gamer GG. It'd be a great interview. We would all love it. Yeah, I'm not opposed to talking to him. I've said some pretty unkind stuff about him in the past because I guess I've accused him of some kind of quackery with regards to some of the psychological stuff or psychiatric stuff that he says. But I think that on the whole, he's a good guy and says a lot of stuff that I agree with. So I don't think he's like bad, you know. And also, it's been a while since then. Maybe he doesn't do that anymore, right? Like, it's been a while. Pet Store Soda Jerk, thanks the tier 2 sub. Finally came around to the understanding that most of the loudest voices hating on you are the ones that I disagree with far more than you. Hey, we're on the right side of history now, team. Welcome. Marketator with the $5. That porn-addicted neo-Nazi who talked about Tears of the Kingdom made this even more Nazi video about the recent PlayStation showcase.
Wow.
Oh, I'm sure. Oh, pause. I'm sure. Just to make sure that my assessment that this guy was a Nazi was true, I looked at a couple of like them clips, like a little bit of video, and he is. Yeah, you know, I wasn't off on that at all. I'm sure this whole thing is just him bitching about people who are black or women or trans or whatever, you know, and JQ posting. It's very tedious. Billy Sipes, thanks the $10. Do you think TYT will put this much time, effort, energy into covering Russia's destruction of the Novakovka Dam? They'll probably talk about it a lot. I'm kind of curious what their take is on it, actually. I mean, they have to have a video on it out by now. I actually don't see anything? Wait, are they actually not making a video on the dam being destroyed? Okay, we'll revisit that later. Sometimes they keep stuff to post on the weekend, but it's breaking news. Okay. The Mog Miner, thank you for the $20. Very much appreciate that. Immigrated to Sweden 9 years ago. Summer's gotten so bad in a country where home AC wasn't needed. Shit's fucked. Also, only valid conspiracy is Billfield. Love you, Vosh. Yeah, it's like that in Seattle, too, where these houses are all built without central cooling, because why would they need it in Seattle? But now the summers occasionally get over 100 degrees during the heat waves. Yeesh. Not good. Not good. Nikki Bugs, what do you think of the tier 1 sub? What do you think of DeSantis' chances are if Trump has a stroke or something and dies before the primaries? Lower than Trump. I don't think DeSantis will ever be able to capture the Trump magic. He does not have the, like, anti-establishment aesthetic that Trump was able to co-opt. He does not come across as a populist. Glebe, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. All human speech is improv. True. Solomon the Wise, thanks to the tier 2 sub. Had a good convo with a private school pastor about the school voucher system and how it's parasiting the public school system. Yeah, maybe I'll do a full segment in the future about, like, what's wrong with schooling and how to fix it, because I touched on it a lot in that debate, but I'm down to talk about it more. Tiger Fox King, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Research stream on Ashoka Maurya. He's a clear example of a Buddhist not being peaceful. I'm not under the impression that Buddhists are innately more peaceful than any other big institutional religion. World Eater Faye, thank you for the $5. Finally bought one of the original R2B01 Space Marine boxes. Oh, nice. That's a rare find. Nicely done. Scurvy Bones, thank you for the 1111. Oh, yeah, no, for sure. I'll check my DMs. Don't worry. Thank you. You've been very kind to me. Really appreciate that. Timid, thanks to tier 2 sub. Made this display boards for the Disco Elysium skill cards I got. Sorry about the glare. I have bad lighting in my rooms. Oh, these look sick. Oh, man. Having a display board for the psych profiles in Disco Elysium, that's, like, super cool. That looks really good. The board you chose is really good. Nicely done. Makes me want it. We're almost done. You've all been very patient. So we're reading 2 days of donos. Sake, thank you for the incredibly kind 8 tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. They keep bringing up the Jewish question, never the Jewish answer. Yeah, you know, it's the thing, isn't it? You know, people bring up the JQ. They don't bring up the JA because, you know, that's an optics nightmare for them. It is. It's an optics nightmare for those people. Jason, thank you for the $10. Vosh, you inspired me to watch ATLA last week. I forgot how much I adore it. Bonus recovering baby. Oh, yeah. Avatar The Last Airbender is, like, timelessly good. For sure. It's really, really, really good. Many such cases. Actually, only one such case, and it's ATLA. Little baby.
My name's Lee. My uncle and I just moved here. Hi, Lee. My name's Lee.
Fucking based? Ooh, little wolf. No biting your injury. Not allowed. I'm not really a dog person. I'm a cat person. But I love dogs. But I don't think I'd be a good owner to one. MSDXR, thank you for the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Not even a message. Lux Infinita, thank you for the $5. My dad is on the town council and just won in the primary. He faced immense slander from the butthurt supporters of his former running mate. I'm big mad. Oh, local politics are down and dirty. Local politics get fucking disgusting, man. People are gonna throw dog shit through your window. You know, people are gonna put whoopee cushions on your favorite bar stool at your local bar. Like people get mean because y'all live next to each other. It gets really elevated. Local politics is a fucking war. Lux Infindo with the tier 1 sub. Your dad used to be a lawyer and quit. Now he teaches middle school. Yeah, people teach because they want to teach. It ain't for the money. Alleged Allegra, thanks to tier 1 sub. White name suicide. True. Sake with the 4 tier 1 subs and an okay buddy Vouch link. Is this just me? Vrink. Politics fans, dumb and gay, okay buddy time lovers. People who want Vinch to rant about 40k lore. Really? You're the underserved demographic? People who like listening to me rant about 40k? You're the suffering ones? Uh-huh. Yeah, all right. Yeah, okay. You're psychotic. Truly psychotic. Almost done. We're almost done. You all have been very patient, and I love you. No, you know what? Okay, we're gonna do this the fake estrogen scam tomorrow. We'll talk about the Supreme Court ruling today. We're gonna do that now, then I'll finish the donos, then I'll go, and we'll do that tomorrow before we play Hi-Fi Rush. Okay, yeah, that works. That works. Okay, that's good. Ads? No, I didn't say ad. You want an ad? Not doing an ad right now. Yes. Yeah, okay. And Pat Robertson, yeah. Where estrogen? Give estrogen? Okay. You stayed so still it was creepy? Oh, yeah, I'm good at that. Guys, we'll take the good news where we can get it. Look at this. Supreme Court rules in favor of black Alabama voters in unexpected defense of Voting Rights Act. Now, stripping away the Voting Rights Act and all the protections it affords has been kind of like the main strategy for Republicans for a while now. So I believe Kavanaugh and Roberts joined the liberals on this one. Yeah, who moved over? Yep, John Roberts and Kavanaugh. Kavanaugh! It's genuinely crazy, like, now to think, like, Kavanaugh, this lunatic, this rapist, is like a lesser evil compared to some of the people on the court. It's incredible how far we've come. So Alabama is a state where black people are. A lot of them, as it turns out. I would know. I've actually been to Alabama. Oh, yeah, sorry. Kavanaugh, pictured here, moments before casting in his ruling for this particular case. Thank you, Kavanaugh. You are a warrior for racial equality, a hero. Will I retweet this? I will. Do you think he was just drunk and hit the wrong button? Listen, he was drunk. He put on the Kenta cloth. He put up the posters. He put on the pins. He was drunk. He hit the button. He's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, okay? He switches over when he's drunk, and drunk Kavanaugh is actually a socialist. So what does this mean? Well, I actually don't know. I hadn't read up on this prior. I'm going to find out with you. So I'm just going to read this article. 5-4 ruling, rejecting a Republican-led effort to weaken a landmark voting rights law. John Roberts and found a likely violation of the Voting Rights Act in an Alabama congressional map with one majority black seat out of 7 districts in a state where more than 1 in 4 residents is black. Nice! Dude, Republicans love disenfranchising black voters through gerrymandering more than anything else, and they have actually rejected a districting map that would have essentially halved the proportional representation of black Alabamans. The decision was keenly anticipated for its potential effect and control of the closely divided U.S. House of Representatives. Because of the ruling, new maps are likely in Alabama and Louisiana that could allow Democrat-leaning black voters to elect their preferred candidates in 2 more congressional districts. That's actually pretty good. That's actually pretty good, guys. In an environment where the House and the Senate are kind of on a razor wire line between Dem and Republican control, every little bit that we can fight against gerrymandering is huge. You think they're having a change of heart? No, I don't think they're having a change of heart necessarily. I just think that, well, Kavanaugh has always been an ally of the black community. So he's always been like this. The outcome was unexpected in that the court had allowed the challenged Alabama map to be used for the 2022 elections, and in arguments last October, the justices appeared willing to make it harder to challenge redistricting plans as racially discriminatory under the Voting Rights Act of 1965. This actually is weird because, like, it seems out of character for Kavanaugh to make this choice. Like, unironic, like, jokes aside, it actually is weird that Kavanaugh ruled the way that he did. Previous rulings with regards to the Voting Rights Act make it pretty clear that Kavanaugh should be on the other side of things. Why he moved over on this, I don't know. Maybe this article includes his, like, yeah. He's mad it's not more racist. He actually wants them to have, like even less proportional representation. It's even weirder that Roberts did as well. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, Clarence Thomas must be really angry right now. I don't know. Clarence Thomas is fuming that more people of his race get to live in a democracy. Yeah, here's Clarence Thomas leading the dissent. Wrote that the decision forces Alabama to intentionally redraw its long-standing congressional districts so black voters can... Wait, how long-standing? When did they last redraw the map? Their maps were approved by the second 2020. What is this map 1 year old? Historic map. Okay. Long-standing congressional districts, right? So black voters can control a number of seats roughly proportional. Black share of the state's population. Section 2 demands no such thing, and if it did not, the Constitution would not permit it. So Clarence Thomas is explicitly saying the Constitution does not prohibit racially discriminating through gerrymandering. That's literally what he is saying. He is saying the Constitution doesn't say you can't disenfranchise people based on their race, so, you know, they should be allowed to. It's pretty straightforward. From 2015, the Roberts vote is really unexpected. Yeah. He's a huge piece of shit. He just does the civility politics bit a little bit better than some of the other Reds on the seat. The Biden administration sided with the black voters in Alabama. Yep. That's why. If you ain't voting for him, you're not black. Merrick Garland applauded the ruling. A victory for democracy. That it certainly is. Steve Marshall, the state's Republican Attorney General, said he expects to continue defending the challenge map in federal court, including at a full trial. I mean, he's going to keep fighting it, but a Supreme Court ruling is pretty... It's pretty weighty. Dual Ross, a civil rights lawyer who argued the case at the Supreme Court, said the justices have... What a king or queen. I don't really know. I don't know. Dual. I don't know if that's a masculine or feminine name. To have argued before the Supreme Court and gotten Kavanaugh and Roberts to move over. I don't know. I mean, just imagine being a civil rights lawyer and it's like, yeah, I took a gerrymandering case to the Supreme Court, flipped 2 Republicans to the liberal side, even though both of them had previously been hardline advocates against the protections of the Voting Rights Act. Cool. Well done. That's going to be on your resume for the rest of your life. Louisiana's congressional map had been separately identified as probably discriminatory by a lower court. This map, too, remained in effect last year and now will have to be redrawn. See, that's the nice thing about Supreme Court rulings, is that the Supreme Court precedent is used by all the federal court, all the lower courts, every court. So now Louisiana, too, might have to redraw. I mean, this is big. This is big. True funny rhetorician. Denying discrimination, Alabama argued that the lower court ruling would have forced it to sort voters by race and insisted it was... What pieces of shit? What slimy fucking demon worms? Oh, yeah. We were being race neutral when we just happened to, like, coincidentally district in this highly complicated and, like, looked over districting map black people in such a way to minimize their proportional power. You know, that, like... You're basically asking us to do racism by not doing this. Yeah. I hope they live the worst possible lives. Worse and short. Well, altogether based, right? This is actually a huge win for democracy. Actual audio from a barrister bar tonight. Oh shit, it's the guy who flipped Roberts on Alabama. Yeah. They're gonna be getting free drinks for a long time. Could Dems win the House and Senate in 2024 with this? This isn't related to the Senate. It could get a couple of seats over in the House of Representatives, though. 2, if Louisiana moves over, maybe more. Louisiana's got a pretty big black population, too, so we'll see. All right. Very good. I'm going to read these donations. I'm also going to hit the ad button. Fuck you. John Daniel with the 2 and 5 pounds, respectively. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Happy Pride to you as well. Randy, thank you for the $10 and $2 donos. It's very, very kind of you. Yovash, in my state, Republicans have taken money out of public schools to private schools for the sake of competition, and teachers are actually getting paid worse. These people hate poor kids. Yes, they do. Their systems don't work. Well, actually, their systems do work if the outcome is to enrich the wealthy, which it is. Thank you. Anagonia Owusu, thank you for the $2. I think I got that right. Mama Molly, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. I really appreciate that. One of the things never brought up with right-wing libertarians is that corps and billions had unfair contracts, as well as illegal wage theft. Oh, yeah. The total amount of wage theft in this country, the dollar amount of wage theft, is greater than any other kind of theft. Burglary, robberies, any of that, by a huge amount. Yeah. Fat Sapphire with the $5. If everyone made 30 an hour, the economy would be better. People could spend more. His dumb balance sheet is relative to shareholders. It is... Income inequality is literally bad for the economy. That is absolutely true. Because wealthy people just hoard money. Whereas people of, like, lower and middle incomes spend it because they need to spend it. And that keeps it circulating. Money that goes into the wealthy doesn't circulate. It just sits there like they're fat dragons. Screaming Phoenix, the $10. Ian, please, this is your mother. You passed out from carbon monoxide poisoning in the middle of your show. Wake up, please. We miss you. That's every day I stream. Kiri Sundancer, thank you for the $10. Thanks for everything you do, Vosh. All my love. Keep fighting the good fight. Love you too. Thank you. Fat Sapphire, thank you for the $5 both. Yeah, winding back roads are fun to drive down. Hot Dog is a Sandwich, thanks to the $2. Queen Slut, thank you for the $5. I love debating the insane libertards. My favorite thing in the world to do. LJ, thanks the $10. I do wish when he threw you the freedom bone early on, you would have jumped in it. I heard you start to, but then he got dumber. Yeah, well, I mean, we didn't even get to talk about freedom, right? Positive versus negative freedom. If you're ever arguing with a libertarian, that's where you go. Positive versus negative freedom. Libertarians, in the right-wing sense, promote negative freedom, as in freedom from rules, taxation, law, whatever else. But real freedom is positive freedom, the ability to do what you want to do, right? A person dropped in the middle of a rainforest with no clothes, water, or food might have literally no laws affecting them and is therefore, in a negative sense, as free as a human can be. But what can they do with that freedom? Not much but die. Positive freedom might involve rules, but the rules exist to enhance your overall experience of life. For instance, we all have a rule that keeps us from killing each other, but that makes my life more free. Maybe I can't kill other people. Okay, fine. But other people can't kill me. That's cool. You know? It's basic social contract stuff. Joshua Mezentsev, thank you for the $2. Really appreciate that. Hot Dog's a Sandwich, thanks for the $10. Yeah, UFO can mean anything. It doesn't mean aliens, you know. People move that turn around. The Random Rabbit, thank you for the $10. Vosh, aliens wouldn't have a motive to invade the Earth because there aren't resources here that can't be found in abundance elsewhere in the universe. What do you think that takes? If aliens had an interest in this planet, it would almost certainly be because of the fact that humans are on it, not for resource extraction. People, that's the one alien thing everyone talks about. They want our resources. No, probably not. Like, if they can travel far enough to come here, they can probably strip mine asteroids really effectively. There's plenty of water in space. It's not uncommon. It would be because they're interested in us. And also, let's be real, they would want to fuck us. If there are aliens out there that are having the same discourse as we are, which is big titty aliens, well, to them, we're the big titty aliens. Free your mind. Literally, like, think about that. They would see, like, a hot, like, I don't know, fucking Latina chick with big titties and go, big titty alien. And you'd be like, well, that's just human titties. But that is alien titties to them. You understand? Now you understand. Yeah, and there are brighter stars by far, too, Kanye. I just don't think it's a resources thing. Hot Dog's a Sandwich. You've been very kind to me. Thank you for the $2. True. George Bush with the $10 and $5. Hate you for what you did to Iraq and Afghanistan, by the way. Please watch the video of the guy who claimed he got his hand pewed by an alien laser beam. Maybe not right now. Maybe in the future. I don't know how much I can handle that shit. But yeah, no, it's this fascist esotericism shit. I can't stand it. Ben Temple with the $10. I recommend Laserpig's video on the Zircon satellite. He talks about the U.S. military gaslighting people into thinking they'd seen aliens when really they had just seen classified projects. Yeah, the U.S. government has promoted alien mythology as a way of distracting from the actual shit they're doing. You know, it goes the other direction. Shabazz, thank you for the $5. We were careful to be sure. Rob M., I did not see Dylan's interview on Deepak's show, but I'm really glad that he got one. Kitty Ichigo 1, thank you for the $5. I'm happy to hear you enjoyed the debate. I'll try to have more lined up, okay? The Money, thank you for the $10. Just started first coding class, stuck in a problem 4 hours, but finally got it. Nicely done. Just around after high school, finally getting my life on track. Thanks for making me better. Making me better? Oh, no, you're making you better, friend. You're doing the work. I'm just having a fun time streaming. All right, folks, that was an insane number of donos. I really appreciate your guys' kindness. I did not expect to read that many. But, you know, this is a good problem to have, the saying goes. There are other segments I want to do, but I'm just going to do it tomorrow. You know, got to pace that up. I love you all very much. I've subjected you to enough ads today. Tomorrow, we're going to open with politics. I'm going to talk about the fake HRT thing. We're going to talk about, well, a lot. I don't know if I'm going to do it in the morning or the evening. And I'm going to talk about Tears of the Kingdom because I want to criticize the game. I loved it, but I want to criticize it too. Nice critique. We love the critique. And I'm also going to play Hi-Fi Rush. We've got to finish Hi-Fi Rush. Otherwise, we're never going to get to Metal Gear. Spoiler free? No, it will be a spoiler full critique. So maybe I'll do that at the end of stream. Okay. Sending you guys over. Also, hi, DM. It's always good to have you in chat. Who is streaming? Who's streaming? Who's streaming? Who's streaming? How's about I send you guys over to Riverboat Jack? Oh, then I hope to see you there, DM. I'll send you over to Riverboat Jack, who is, I've heard rumors, a cool chick. So go on over there, have a good time. I love you all, and I'll see you soon, okay? I'll see you soon. Oh, Police Accountability Report. Thank you for the $20. That is incredibly kind of you. My goodness, looking forward to aliens finally seeing my work. I appreciate your work. Thank you. Yeah, just to be clear, even though I don't think they're a thing right now, human contact with aliens would be a transformative moment for our species, and were it real, I would be excited for it. Scared, it's scary, but excited. All right, I'm sending you guys over.